Okay, mic test done. Hooray! Welcome. Here we are. How y'all doing, ladies and gentlemen? Non-binary finery. Hope everyone's doing well. We're going to be doing some dual universe. Doing a little bit of skittling for now, and then got some shipbuilding to do when I get back. So yeah, on we go. Oops. There we go. That fixes that. Snagged up into here that's not going to. Okay, I think it's actually. Yeah. Okay, it's the radar. All right, so that'll go there, and then I do the same thing over here. With that some more in a minute. Oh, yeah, that thing's still there. Turn this off. Okay. Let's see here. Audio. Yeah. There we go. And then 8. Let's move you out of the way for a minute. Would you just sit there and going to need to actually read, because I'm pretty sure I don't know how docking works, but that's okay. I need to build a rack. So that is what we're going to do. Okay. Land up here and build mode. First thing I need to do is I think I can see how I'm going to do this. So we're going to turn, oops, that, this, we're going to come out about that far, like so, and then get this to work. There we are. You might think that Thetis Moon 1 is an odd place to be doing ship construction, and you're probably right, but I've never done this before, so I'm making up a solution as I go along. Alright, and then I need a vertical here. That's not what I meant by vertical. There we are. That's what I meant by vertical. So we're going to go up there. And then do the same thing here. talks about it. Okay. Just for neatness sakes. Put top piece here. Oh, I'm out. Okay. Well, I guess I'm not putting that there. For neatness or any other reason. Okay. Let's see if that does what I want. Whoops. Right, low gravity. Yeah, planetary gravity is 0.1 G. Let's grab this. And then if I'm, quote, looking through here, I do a little bit of this, and then maybe dip the nose down and reel it in. Are you going to stay there? It looks like it. Good. That will do. Okay. Right. Oh. Howdy, welcome. All right. I prefer skittle harvesting in the dark, but hey, no problem. This area I'm in is... So I've cleaned the little space around the ship. I just sort of land somewhere and vacuum everything up. It drives me batty landing somewhere like this, only to find out that I've landed somewhere where someone else has selectively vacuumed up all the chromite or all the whatever D2 is. It's like, okay, so now I'm going to spend time wandering around trying to figure out where you haven't been and waste time doing it. I just vacuum everything. Consider it polite. Because let's be honest, it's functionally free. I can sell it, you know, I can drop this off at any marketplace and still make a ridiculous amount of money off of it. Because it's free. You know, I didn't pay taxes on this. There's no land fee on that. Alright, let's go. So we're going to do this for a little bit, not for a long time. I get bored. And then maybe a trip back home, and do some chit-chatting during that period. Price of chromium being what it is right now, essentially everything is free, right? Which allows me the convenience of being able to take that ore home and use it to do whatever I want to experiment with in the market. I've been making just 330 cubic meter lots of various aluminum-based honeycombs, the pure aluminum honeycombs, because I've had so much bauxite kicking around. Doing the same thing with silicon, doing lots of different colors of the silicon-based stuff, just to throw it on the market, just to have something different on the market than the usual stuff, and it's been selling. But it's not the kind of thing I would normally be able to afford to do, because normally whatever's coming up out of the ground for my out of my mining units, I've got that earmarked, right? That's going into the factory, generally speaking. You know, I can't afford to do little experimentation batches to find, does this work, does that work? Right now, for example, every hunk of silica that comes up out of the ground is going into making glass. Glass or LEDs. Because, from there I'm making lamps, canopies, you know, I'm making headlights, vertical lights, cockpit canopy, that kind of stuff, right? And it's all selling as fast as I can get it on the market, generally speaking. I've got a few things that are stranded on the market right now, but that's entirely because of the weird pricing that's gone on lately. And as a result, there's a few things that have gotten stranded on 30-day tags, but, you know, they're sitting on 30-day tags. Okay, they'll sit there for a while. We'll see where the market is in 30 days, and I'll worry about it later. Oh, okay, he's selling it because it's not profitable. Yeah, that's literally what it is. Thanks, Care Bear. Not interested in buying your problems. Just taking my price. Calibration fixes are dumb ideas. They're completely dependent on good fortune on the market. Yeah, not a fan of calibration axes. If he'd said 25 liters per hour, I'd have pretty much dumped. I'd have, you know, been seriously considering it, you know, beggaring myself to be able to get it. But 5 liters per hour, it doesn't pay for itself. It's literally for the price of limestone right now on the market. It's literally more cost effective for me to just buy it when I need it than worrying about paying the $500,000 a week. Alright. Another thing we're going to do here right shortly is go visit an asteroid, because I promised someone I would do a video where I do some rock handling. So I just want to get up a minimum amount of this stuff in the world, so that no matter what I find on the asteroid, it's going to be worth it. Well, yeah, I'm 24%, but stack all and sort by volume. Okay. 1,500 liters of chromite already. That's... I go through anywhere between 300 liters to 1,000 liters a day of chromite. So, at the point this was not quite free, because I had a little bit of a misadventure that cost me a little bit of money. But on the other hand, I've got I use that as an excuse to build something I've been wanting to build anyway. And yeah. Do a little bit more vacuuming here, and then we'll go on to checking out the asteroid. As far as I can tell, by the way, all of Moon 1 looks like this place. Hey Petra. Alright, so graphics are 1920 by 1080, borderless, DirectX optimized. I've got voxel rendering set to custom, number of threads 2, voxel quality 2, set to performance, medium shadows, medium. I've got my decor display distance, tends to be the biggest one that you'd be worrying about, all the way up to 7. I'm limiting FPS just for my own sanity. And I'm using the standard effects package with 200 max display constructs. Hope that helps. The big one I think that you'll want to look at are these two here, decor display and max display constructs. I found that they had a huge impact on my ability to just see stuff. The rest of it got tuned to support those numbers being where they are at. They may vary with your machine. Yeah, sure, no problem. So probably what I'll do is I'll work here until I've got 2,000 chromite on board, and then I'll worry about next. Although, yeah, I mean... Yeah, I'll get to 2... Yeah, okay, that's what I'll do, is I'll keep going until I hit 2,000 chromite. That'll set me up for a week of operations, because I'm in the process of building a ship, and I'm going through chromite like nuts. Stainless uses chromite, and starships use stainless. So, yeah. Okay, territory fee's been paid, but yeah, okay. Like I say, not exciting, but it is part of game. It is part of the core gameplay after its own way. Yeah, I find it makes a huge difference, Petra. Just because, like, around here, it's not that big a deal because they're just everywhere, right? And so there's always some around. But I find on Alioth, because the patches are so scattered and relatively small, it makes a huge amount of difference in the amount of time it takes. You can just sort of, you can just sort of hover up into the air, look around, and go, oh, okay, there's more over that way, and go. 540 glass panels. Wow. Amazing. Am I muted? No, I'm not muted. Okay. No, I've got mic levels. I'm okay. I'm not muted. Oops. Can you hear game sounds? Oops. Just refresh. Your browser window. Okay. Yeah, okay, because I am getting mic there. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. I know I'm transmitting sound at all times. Okay, relog fixed it. Yeah, I'm not. Okay. Cool. Glad to hear it, Petra. Or, I'm glad to hear that you hear it. So yeah, I'm just gonna do a bit more of this, Petra, and then I'm gonna go find a rock to do some asteroid mining on. I just need to make sure I scoop up about 2,000 liters of chromite, and that'll set me up for the week. Whoops. Yep, I'm happy to show you the whole process, Petra. And then I'll make sure this video is actually... I'll also make sure that once it's done, I'll make sure that this one gets posted up onto my YouTube. Asteroid mining is kind of like playing those scratch and win lottery tickets. Most of the time, all you're going to get is a free ticket. Every once in a while, though, you'll do much better than that. It makes the whole thing worth it. And so that's sort of... I wouldn't make asteroid mining unless I was willing to invest in a DSAT, my main game. Because by definition, everyone who already has invested in a DSAT's has already, you know, potentially already been to where you're going to go. On the other hand, like I say, if you look at it from the perspective of a scratching ticket, I'm here you know, I have, quote, free time. This is, hang on a second. Where am I? Okay, Thetis Moon 1. You made your own DSAT? Fantastic. Yeah, I don't have one. So what I do is I use a public DSAT. I find a rock that I'm pretty sure everyone is going to not care about, and I just go there. I don't bother with the PvP rocks unless I'm going with at least one of the ship. Hey, Colber 1187, thank you, welcome. Alright. Talking about people calibrate. Made your own territory scanner too? Cool. Talked a lot with me in game. Yeah, welcome. Yeah, I recognize the handle. Good to meet you in person, as it were, or as close to in person as Twitch gets. Just doing a little bit of rock cleanup on Thetis Moon 1. Basically want to pick up picking up 2,000 liters of chromite, which basically makes the rest of the ore free. Because normally I'd have to buy the chromite, right? So yeah. And one of my pet peeves is landing somewhere to find out, you know, taking 45 minutes to fly to a planet, getting there, landing, and then realizing that someone has systematically gone through all of the, you know, all of the ore in an area and picked out all the T2. So all that's left is T1. At which point, okay, now you know, I gotta start wondering, okay, where else have they been, and is this place even worth to keep coming back to? So I don't do that. Drives me nuts. I don't do it to other people. So I vacuum up everything. I leave a nice, neat, clean spot where I've been. Yeah, my ship's just parked over there. I just walk around in circles around it and pick up everything, and basically pick up everything in container range, or until I've got whatever it is I'm there for. Like I say, if I can pick up 2,000 liters of 205. Oh, really? Well, that's interesting. Okay. Hang on, I gotta try that. Yeah, okay, well that's what I was just talking, because that's something I've always said, like, don't I wish, right? Alright, let's, whoa, 205, you said. Advanced, set RGB color, okay, so, and then we're gonna copy that, and 2,0,5, oops, 5. What color is that? Oh, interesting, sort of a, alright, and then, colors, I burn blue, white blue. Is that. I keep forgetting that combination, then I have to re-engineer it. Alright, and then, advanced, color, copy. That's an interesting color combination. Yeah, sure. Advanced. Well, let's see what happens here. Go for a little skip. Going to inch up a little bit here. I sort of see what you mean, yeah. Boop. those switched off? I mean, yeah, you can see the textures, but... like, yeah, I can't tell from that what the ores are, though. That's alright. Need to move anyway. New spot. It may work better in the dark, right? But yeah, that's not at all compared to what I get with my scanner up, right? Oh, it'll show you which rocks have got skittle-like textures on it. I don't think it'll tell you what the rock is, right? Unless you're very good at recognizing the patterns, but... yeah, I think I probably will just put that back in my don't run into everything white color, but... okay, how am I doing here? Okay, I'm at 19. Yeah, I need another 100 liters of chromite, but that's alright. Keep picking here. Do you see what I don't see? This area's been picked over by someone who went through and grabbed all the chromite. Son of a gun. So there's a patch here. You can see a little bit of chromite over there, and there's one or two pieces there, but there's this huge area in between. It's been completely... all the chromite's been taken out of it. Pain in the backside. Alright. Well, that's annoying. Alright, let me fix the lights. You've never... yeah, I know. Alright. I mean, it's an interesting color purple, don't get me wrong. I'm sure it does a great job of collecting flies, but... Alright, okay, well... working way down here and clean up the mess on the way in. Love that. Oh, it's okay. We just tested it. We found out it's not true. No problem, man. See, that's literally... that's part of why I run the stream. It's a chance for everyone to learn something. Okay, you know. It sounded too good to be true. Let's test it. Yep, okay. Either... it may also be a quirk of video settings. It may be what they have for a video card or something like that. Maybe it does work for them. That's the thing, right? But I can tell you that based on my video settings now, it doesn't get the job done. And you know, test it on your machine. For like I say, it may well work. That's amazing. Thank you, Seawing. So Sea-Wing is going to do a few build kits, and apparently is going to make a few donations for in-game goodies for the channel to pass out. So yeah, that's awesome. All right, what do we got here? All right, so I guess I'm heading back down this way. Sea-Wing's fantastic, folks. Seems to be a genuinely kind person. Hey, Kira, welcome. Thank you very much for the follow, much appreciated. Is that 19? Is that 2,000 yet? Yeah, there we are. We're up over 2,000. Okay. We'll just toddle on back. Okay. And let's check up here. Yep. Okay, there's a bit up here, so I'm just going to clean up this little triangle, and then we'll head back. I'm going to be a little conservative because I've never tried flying. I've never tried flying this ship with the scooter docked on it. So I don't know how well it's going to behave. So going to go conservative on the weight load initially, and we'll see how it is to try and land it, dock it, and all that other stuff. We will be heading back to the Starlantis space station. Because I have access to a DSAT there. Yeah, that's the one. Hey, Tricky Trixie, thank you. Welcome. Appreciate the follow. So yeah, alright. Like I say, just gonna clean up this little corner here so that no one has to put up with my mess. And then we will motor. Yeah, I had a bit of a story with this. I've had a couple of fascinating pieces of emergent content there. So the reason I've got the Proto-Herc out is because I managed. So I was trying to do some asteroid mining with the. What the hell was that? Oh, okay, I know what the hell. I hit the wrong button. I'm sorry, I just hit a very loud button. I apologize. Anyway, I was flying the Merchant Prince home, or to an asteroid, and got distracted. Took my eyes off the screen, went and did something, came back just in time to park on the wrong side of the asteroid. I had done the math wrong, so I had enough speed to get to the other side of the asteroid via the core. So okay, fine. Built myself a replacement ship, flew out, salvaged it, got the carcass most of the way back to Starlantis, repaired it enough that I could risk doing re-entry, got through re-entry, and thought, yay, I did it, and hit a hill. That wasn't there at that 2 seconds earlier. Built a new ship, flew back over, salvaged it, flying the two ships home, and it just beat to crap because of the number of things that had broken, right, and couldn't be repaired. They were just broken, and destroyed elements. And so was flying over a mountain range. I thought, okay, I'm okay. I've got like 200 meters clearance between the top of me and these hills. Pop! Brick mountain materializes in front of me, straight into the side of the mountain. There wasn't enough left to salvage. At that point, I called Sea-Wing and said, oh yeah, absolutely quality content. So I called Sea-Wing and said, tow truck, I give. So, got this thing here, and almost immediately had a lag spike and flew it into the side of the crater. When I came back with my scooter, that ship was at 5 kilometers straight up. Completely ruined, but 5 kilometers straight up. Out of fetch range, can't hop to it. Okay, fine. So flew to the local merchant station, rejigged the scooter, flew up on a tail stand, got right up alongside it, nudged it a few times. Which what I thought is if you hit it a couple times, maybe physics will take over and it'll crunch, right? It's already broken. It doesn't matter if it crashes again. Nope, wouldn't move. Kept bouncing the scooter off. All right. Position the scooter over top. I use Aviator for the HUD. Aviator has a hold-in-place mode. Basically, it's perfect hover. So I put it in perfect hover mode, hopped onto the wreck, and the wreck vanished. And I fell 5 kilometers down to the surface. So now I'm up, looking at my scooter and the wreck, both at 5 kilometers straight up. Like, now what do I do? I just logged out, opened a ticket. Can you fix this, please? So yeah. So this is. So when I got a message back from the, it took them less than 10 hours. Like overnight for me, right? By the time I was having breakfast, they'd already dropped it back off on the planet. And had very kindly fixed it for me, too, which I thought was remarkably kind of them. Because I said straight up in the ticket, no, I screwed up, I'm the one who broke it. The problem is the salvage. Could you just please drag both ships down to the surface for me? And when I logged in, both ships were pristine. So, awesome. Thank you very much. All right. Let's see. So I've got the scooter up there, docked, which I've never actually tried doing before. And the problem I had is it kept sliding off the top here. So I built this little thing so that if it slides forward, it'll stay there. So we're gonna try flying this thing out of here and heading back to Starlantis. I've had nothing but excellent customer service experience. Their support group is actually really good. All right, so we're gonna go there. Oops, no. Yeah. I'm gonna cheat a little bit here and use the external camera view because I want to see what the hell's going on with that with the load. Shift upwards slightly and take the brakes off. I call it the Hercules, but after the C-130. Just a stubby, ugly, fat little plane that will lift 3 times its own weight and do it absolutely gracelessly. But it'll work. Slow down. Right. Alrighty, and we are up, and away. What's my... Okay, we are on an escape vector. That's good news. We're not going too fast. Don't have to worry too much about that. I have... let's go to Lua. I need to type in help because I want to check something. Alt-9 is widgets. Okay, cool. Alright, so that's... Okay. Alright, so then if I want to turn that off again, Alt-9. Okay, got it. Fantastic. Alright, so the next thing I need to do here is we're going to pick bookmarks. Hey, Tricky. Yeah, story about that. The reason it is that complicated is actually a bit of solidarity, if you will. I know several members of the POC community, as well as the LGBTQ. And if they don't have that turned on, they get absolutely hated on. They get all ridiculous amounts of abuse, right? And so I said, if they have to put up with that, so do I. And I'm hoping that folks like you who go, wow, this sucks, I wish it didn't have to be this way, would do something like mention it to Twitch, that maybe, you know, they should come up with a better way of doing things, like two-factor authentication, so that, you know, everybody doesn't have to put up with this bullshit. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, no, but that's why I have that enabled. It's because I don't think it's fair that just because I'm a dog, dumb average white guy, that I get it easier than my brothers and sisters in the LGBTQ and the POC communities. So, all right, let's get a vector up and get this thing moving. Space mode, please. Data make not stalled. It's right there, darn ya. So where are we at? Okay, we're coming up slowly here. We'll do a little bit of vector bending. If you need to know what I'm doing, just let me just call out in chat, and I'll explain to you the process I'm going through. Otherwise, I'll presume you recognize what I'm doing. Okay, there we go. Alrighty. Now we just get ourselves lined up with the vector, and we can do that automatically with Alt 6. And there we are. And then just run it up to full power. Kira. All right. Okay. About the leader or Proton. Okay, sure. Let me explain it to you, because I got what, a half an hour flight time here. So, I apologize in advance. I'm going to have to show you a spreadsheet. I'm really sorry about this, but you're going to have to see a spreadsheet. Give me just a moment here. Okay, so Eve Deja Vu, yeah, I feel that. I actually wasn't willing to get into it with Eve because it was so complex that I just left it to the people who grooved on it. This is sufficient. This is simple enough. It doesn't require a huge amount of overkill here. I need that one, and then I need another one. Just give me a sec. I think so. is the one. Okay, cool. Alright, I'm gonna be stupid, quite honestly, and I'm gonna show you something here. I would prefer that you all take this in the spirit it is intended and don't use this against me, okay? This is scan data from my hexes, alright? So, yeah, so I'll walk you through the numbers real easy here, and I'll explain to you how I get to where I am with things, okay? So in a week you have 7 days. Hey, what's going on, sir? Welcome, Morbidity. How am I doing? Doing well. I'm just gonna be doing a quick flyover on how I figure out whether or not a hex is worth money. So yeah, just on the process of coming back from after a 3-hour tour to Thades Moon 1. Yeah, it took 3 days, not 3 hours. But I'm on my way back. Yeah, I got about a week worth of ship construction to do as a result of my last weekend. Anyway, so let me walk everyone through this. So, I'm exceedingly pedantic when I sort this stuff out, and the reason is because I don't trust my math. Numbers don't like me, and I don't like numbers, generally speaking. So I'm a huge fan of spreadsheets because as long as I have my mental process straight, then I know the math is right. So, please accept the pedanticism, all right? So a week has got 7 days, a day's got 24 hours. That tells me I have 168 hours a week, right? Simple as that. I know that my rent per week is $500,000. That means that no matter how I get there, I have to be able to pull up just a titch less than 3,000 quanta per hour. I don't care how I do it, but I have to get 3,000 quanta per hour. All right? So now my hexes, now again, I'm going to ask everyone to be nice and not to because I'm still in the process of buying my flour, all right? So, but this is the scan code data for my area. I paid someone $250,000 a tile to scan the hexes in my area. So I got a flour and a half scanned, all right? So I know what's under it. And so I know if I was to exploit this entire area, what my weekly yields would be. And I know what every one of these tiles will produce. So if I know that my average production on all my tiles is 414, then that tells me that if I have no skills whatsoever, yeah, of course, Aridity, go ahead. Yeah, please, Orbit, go ahead. Yes, but I'm also. Yeah, no, absolutely. Can max do 125? Yeah. But 4 rigs is still below 4 rigs is 400 plus another 100. So if all my hexes are 414, right, an average, all I need is four drills. There's a couple of them I could afford to throw a small drill on the side of because this area is very rich in hematite. All right. But generally speaking, like here I've got a 200, right? That's a 196. So these are all artificially spiked up around here, and a few of them are lower. So, but yeah, my pool sizes, I'm not optimizing against pool size. I'm just going rough numbers, all right? Because all of my math is done based on the idea I have 0 skills. Why would I do that? Well, because you literally can't turn a mining unit on with 0 skills. So if I say that my worst case scenario is that somehow I managed to turn a mining unit on without skills, I'm still profitable. So literally, as long as any ore price I'm selling at is higher than 719, I call it 7.2. I'm profitable. That's it. That's my big secret. If I'm producing now tier 2 ores generally produce 10 times less per square. All that means is your price per hour, your rent floor per hour is 72 instead of 7.2. Oh yeah, glad you like it, everybody. Yeah, I call it the Herc. You know, like I say, it's absolutely it's a flying dump truck. But yeah, so having done, and now keep in mind, yeah, I agree with you, and I do, and on those hexes I do have 5 put in, because the rigs are cheap, right? The mining units are cheap, absolutely, they're trivial cheap. So to do what I need, I will drop in a 5th one. But keep in mind that this also presumes that all of these hexes, all of these squares are not touching each other. I have half a flower. That means most of them are getting plus 20% to these numbers. A couple of them are getting plus 30% to these numbers. One of them is getting plus 40% to these numbers. Right? And so under those conditions, and then I actually add skills, because some skills I have increase the ability of the drill rig to pull out more ore. Basically I get more ore per rig. Then I don't always need you can get to a point where 4 will get this done. But the magic number you need to know is 168 hours a week divided by 500,000. And that number, call it 70 grand. All right, go ahead, Kira. Let me know. But yeah, for me, like I say, the number is 70 grand an hour. If I can't make 70 grand an hour on the tile, it's no good. And I don't count calibration in that. I, for lack of a better way of putting it, don't believe in calibration hexes. Right? Based on what? Okay, 3 months. 3 months of current market prices. So if you asked me what I was going to sell, 53,153 for, well, I know at market prices right now are hanging, other than Quartz, who's just still being a weirdo for no good reason I can determine. You might as well say the average price is 9. Okay, so I would take 413, multiply that by 9. And then multiply that by 168. Okay, I'll wait. Let me know when you're back. Death by advertising, I know it. The advertising here. Okay, you're back. Oh yeah, exactly. 2 of 3. All right. If you subscribe, if you happen to be an Amazon Prime or Twitch Prime person, by the way, you do have a free subscription every month. And then you wouldn't have to put up with those if you were to use it here. Now, obviously enough, I'm not asking you to actually dig in your pocket, but if you haven't used your free Twitch subscription, that's a good solution for the problem, right? Thank you very much, Kira. That's a big help to me, actually. I actually had my machine I host my streaming on die on me about a month and a half ago, and I can't afford to replace it, so I've had to I'm running everything off of my gaming rig. I'm running the stream and the game off the gaming rig, which is suboptimal. Now I'm not, I used to do computer hardware professionally, so I've got 2 video cards in this. One of them is I'm running the game on, and the other video card I'm using for encoding the stream. So it's not as bad as it could be. Yes, I'm speed capped. I'm just burning fuel for nothing. So. There we go. Okay. Hey, Tricky, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Yeah, but here's my thing, Orbidity. If the only way... Yeah, that's exactly it. So you just literally... yeah, Tricky. So literally I would just, this number times whatever your market average is, times 168 hours times 12 weeks. That's what it's worth. If that's too rich for their blood, wrong customer. Unless you for example, you just want to get rid of the tile, then go ahead and give them a deal. But because that represents the income you're not getting, right? If you sell a tile, you're giving up potential. All right. Three months is a lot more than it was even in beta? Yeah, okay, sure. Wrong customer. Carry on. Hey, Vamp Skull, welcome. And again, because I look at it in terms, like I say, now that's if someone says, hey, you've got something I want, all right? Just so a little bit of background on me. I ran my own company for 10 years, consulting, and that means I've taken professional sales training. Yeah, yes, Tricky. You have it absolutely dead correct. Yep. Because here's the thing: you don't know what the market could be. All right, it could be higher, could be lower. If you go talk to people like Gears who get off on this stuff, they can give you some good ideas about what's happening. Like. I get into these conversations. You'll see me chatting about it with Gears and a few others who are just economy freaks and commodity freaks all the time. And we've just generally all figured that that within 3 months we're going to see a market stabilization sitting right around 12. The average of all T1 ores will be right in the 12 to 15 bracket. And we're expecting to see all the T2 ores sitting in the 72 to 75 bracket. That's just what, people like me, people like Gears, and a few others who do industry and economics as a hobby, for lack of a better way of putting it. That's just the numbers we're all expecting to see. The fact that we've all done the math our own ways and all come up with the same answers suggests to me we're probably in the right area. But we don't know that. It's an educated guess. So all you can do is look at what's the tile worth now if nothing changes, and then just say, okay, so if I get rid of it. So that tile, yeah. You may have started incorrectly. Okay, here's my question. Are you having fun, Petra? If you are having fun, you didn't do it wrong. Orbidity, I agree with you. Completely agreed. What do you need to get your flower up and running? Drill rigs. Yeah, no, so, and I hate to be, and just to get back to Petra real quick, I'm one of those people that I do not, hey, PE, where am I at? Just one sec. C-Wing, halfway between Starlantis and Thades. Hard to RV right now. Okay. So One of the things that I hear a lot in games is this feels like work. Okay? This feels too much like a job. Don't do that. I mean, like, for those of you, by the way, in case you don't know, I'm 53, all right? So I'm halfway through my life, functionally. One of the things I have learned in 20 years of MMOs and 40 years of tabletop role-playing games is if it's not fun, you're doing it wrong. That is the doing it wrong condition. Every other doing it wrong condition that someone comes up with that is not based in is this fun is, from my perspective, misguided. So if you are having fun, Petra, you are not doing it wrong. Now, if you want to be tweaking the crap out of something because you think that may be more fun, that's a different story. Thank you, Orbidity. Thank you. That is, to me, the correct conclusion. But there's an awful lot of folks who it's impossible to have fun with this game. Okay. So Orbidity, as Orbidity pointed out, and I think Vamp Skull echoed, your mining unit is a straw. Okay. And your ore deposit is a glass. It's the best way of thinking about it. So the question is how much ore do you have? Your straw is how fast you can drink. If you buy, people will just blanket statement, never buy a small MU. Yeah, there are some places you don't need a big one. You really don't. Why? Because you need 1.5 large. Buying a full-size large is a waste of a large. So, you, how many do you need? Take a look at, let's go back to my numbers here. So, coal of 62, I can do that with a small MU. Yeah, but Vamp Skull, the question there becomes is, compared to what? like in my case, a low efficiency on a 62 or a 32 doesn't change a damn thing. It really doesn't, other than the bonus ore, which I'm not betting my industry on, right? The bonus ore is literally bonus. It's money from the sky. I don't care about it. It's nice to have. My hematite is my backbone. These are places that absolutely it is worth me spending money on large MUs. No, I understand that, Vamp Skull. What I'm saying is that a 32 is such a small number. Yes, there we go. That's it in Orbidity. And so if you're just getting started up, price is your impactor. Oh, Tricky, I'm the same way. I quote, have money to burn now. No, I don't. I really don't. I build starships. But, when you're just getting started out, you see a number like a 32. For gosh sakes, don't put a large on that. Go put a small on it. When you get to the point where, I just want them all to be the same height, because the aesthetics are now mattering more, then, yeah, replace it. But, so, really, there are two numbers that you care about, is what are your numbers there? Because, for example, as, again, I always talk unskilled cost of production. USCP, right? Unskilled cost of production. So USCP, any number between about 40 and 100 is you'll want a large for. Anything less than 40, put a small on it. A 200, you by definition need a pair of larges. So then you just literally go across and say, that's a large, that's 3. Yeah, I need 2 there, 4, 5. I'm going to need 5 larges to run that one. Okay? 50-liter 45 paper, small max, but the large. Okay, well that's a valid. Yeah, yes, a 50-liter per, and that's why I say, yeah, and it's right around 40 to 50 Vamp Skull. That for me, I draw the line that a large is worth doing, because of that weird scalar. But the thing is about percentages is the bigger the number is, the more the percentage is noticeable, right? A tenth of a liter doesn't change a lot for anybody. It really doesn't. 100 liters changes a lot for a lot of people. So, but that's how I do it. And at the end of the day, the thing that comes down to it is, does the math support me making 7.2 liters per delivery? If it doesn't, I can't pay the rent on that tile, fold it up. Now, one thing to remember is you have your HQs don't pay rent, or don't expire is a better way of putting it. So a piece of voodoo you can do is, if you have a marginal tile that is very market dependent, HQ it, right? Another thing that I've done, and I'm just going to change view here real fast. Okay, I've got a long way to go yet. I need 16 SU of braking time, so I'm okay for a bit. So we're just going to pop back to my home planet. I'm going to go to my factory and view on Alioth map. Boop. Come on. There we are. All right, we're going to zoom in a bit. Again, I'm going to ask everyone to be nice here and not to vulture my tiles, because I'm still building my flower. So, oh, wow. They've lost 2 tiles. Those 2 tiles were owned by my neighbor last week, so they've given up 2 tiles. So what I have done here is, right on this corner, right, is I have all 3 drill rigs, all 3 of my rigs set up. What I did is I used the new core stitching ability. So I have a small core, I think it is, sitting right at that point that I have some factory industry standing on, and then sticking out into each one of these tiles is an arm with a small core on it. And so what happens is, over the course of the day, they load all those 4 or 5 rigs load up a box on that arm. Once a day, I go out, I take everything out of that box, throw it into the input bin of the core of industry, which is just a bunch of refiners. And then I go up to the top of the structure and I take out yesterday's pures and I load them into my freighter and I fly back to my HQ right there. So I basically do, it's very fast, it's very efficient. So I would, if I was going to buy these 2 tiles, then the next one of these, yes. Oh yeah, you and me both. But yeah, so my concession to that, Tricky, is that what I do is I build at this point, I ship everything into, I can open this box, I can open that box, shovel from one to the other, so all I'm just doing is dragging and dropping, right? And done. And then, like I say, the next one, my intention is to buy these 2 next, right? And I will, and then, where is it? I've got one here. So so then, yeah. So then I've got a rig just covering this hex here. And then what will wind up happening, I think the plan is actually to buy these 2 next. And then I do the same thing again. I sit this, so that I have an arm stuck into each of these tiles. I get the adjacency bonus. And I only have one place to go to pull up, all my calibrations are in one spot. All my ore pickup from calibration is in one spot. All my pure pickup, if I'm auto-processing, is from one spot. And then I fly over to the other side. I fly 1 kilometer and do it again. Yep. Yeah, no, that's cool. But in terms of, because what I originally had done is I had a drill rig right, the TU right in the middle of every hex, and the drill rig sitting beside it, which meant that I was having to basically do laps around the territory to get anything done. It was a half an hour. It was a half an hour to do calibrations in a day. It just got, initially that was interesting. It stopped being interesting real fast though. So then after a little while, I sort of watching what other people were doing and looking at Lacura does really nice fully contained processing rigs. You drop it onto a hex, and basically pure or parts come out the top, depending what you want, right? And they're great setups. And I thought, I don't need anything that heavy. Like, he's got it right. Lakira has got it right down to the point where there's a landing pad right on top of the thing. You just bring your shuttle in, you drop down beside it, you just open the door of the shuttle, empty the box into the cargo bay, and take off again. You don't even have to get out, kind of thing, right? And that's beautiful, but it's overkill for what I'm doing, right? So, yeah, but that's to me the way I'm managing it, and I'm ruthless about it. If it's not profitable on its own merits, it's not worth my time, because it's not fun, right? To me, and again, if I'm stressed out about whether or not a tile is going to break even, and whether or not I gotta sell something, or I gotta scrimp and argue and frig around, I do enough of that in real life. I pay all that. There's 4 adults living here. I'm the household accountant, as it were, so I pay all the bills already. I'm the one who's already trying to worry about whether or not we can afford groceries this week and blah, blah, blah. I don't want to be paying money to somebody else to do that again. Okay, I really don't. So to me, if it doesn't if it's not profitable on its own merit, either 7.2 or 72 or 720, whatever the numbers work out to be, get rid of it. It's not worth the stress. It's cheaper to buy it than to be stressed out about it. And I know there's going to be some people who go, oh, boo, no, stop. Listen to yourself. If you're upset about the price of ore in a game, possibly you should not be doing ore mining. Now, so my solution is, and I get like that, by the way. I used to be like that in EVE. I used to be, oh my gosh. EVE and Warcraft, I used to be horrible about auction houses and everything else. It's just, no, I ran a company for 10 years. Don't want to do that shit for fun anymore. I just don't. So I've come up with a system that basically means I know that no matter what the market is doing, I know that this number is always okay, because I'm better than the catastrophe number, right? The catastrophe number is 7.2. I know I'm better than that, so I'm fine. I literally, and I do stuff like every once in a while, if I have nothing important to do, if I'm just queue up a large wing to go on the factory, it's going to be churning for 8 hours. I'm not going to sit there and watch this thing go for 8 hours. Okay, I'll fly out to Thades and pull in a bunch of ore. It's free. So at that point, it doesn't matter what I do with it, right? So at that point, I can tool around and do a whole bunch of goofy stuff because, done. Again, that's the same reason that I don't budget my calibration ore. It's free. And if it's free, then by definition, every time I do a calibration, I get to have fun. It's mad money. It's found cash. Because the hexes are already paying for themselves, right? So at that point, everything else is bonus. And so it's easy to have fun. I don't know if that was... I hope that was useful, I guess is the best way I can explain it. I know that because of the way I look at things, my priorities are really different to a lot of people I talk to in this game. But I'm also still giggling, and I notice there's a lot of people talking about how disappointed and upset they are and about the prices and, oh my god, the bots and blah, 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 and it doesn't matter to me. So take that for what it's worth. But to get set up, what you need are, for a hex, for every 3 hexes, you need, call it, for every hex, you need 4 drill rigs and a box. Me too, Vampskull. They were a well-intentioned mistake, but they were still a mistake. Like, I understand how they got the idea that they would be a good idea, but a law of unintended consequences. It was killing the ability for Also, if you're off planet, a surrogate pod is a must. Yeah. And again, that goes, and that's a time priorities call tricky. And here's what I mean by that. Nothing you do with via surrogate allows your skills to interact with the equipment. So at that point, you are actually doing all your calibrations and equipment, and turning your factories on and off, unskilled. So you are at that point running on your worst possible numbers. Skills don't transfer via surrogate pod, right? So, and again, hence the way I have things set up. If I decide that I would rather be on one of the PvP worlds, for whatever reason, for example, I'll just be packing up absolutely everything and moving everything to that planet, and I'll do everything there. Why? Because having stuff sprawled all over the place makes it hard for me to have fun with it. I can't play with my toys. Yeah, okay, for troubleshooting, yes. For remote diagnosis, as it were, tricky, yes, I agree with you, yes. Turning a mining unit on and off again, that kind of stuff. Yeah, remote checkup, absolutely, very handy. I agree with you on that point, yeah. But yeah, okay, territory fees are paid. Oh, and I'm gonna, something else I should probably show you, just so you know that I'm not full of bullshit. Is this. Oop, territories. There we are. So I currently am running a week in advance on all of my territories. Doing things the way I do it. So at any given time, I'm up to a week in advance on all my hexes. That's the other thing that I do. So, I've got this one's coming up in 45 hours. These two just ticked over. They've been sitting fully charged for 4 days now. So if I can, I'm a minimum of 3 days in advance. I generally try and be a week in advance. Because like right now, I've got just as titch under 500,000. I know that what I've got on board's well over 500,000. So while I'm just talking about it, I'll just drop another 100,000 onto this. And so just every day I log in and I throw 100,000 at everything. Because that way, again, I don't have to worry about it. If I, don't feel like logging in tomorrow, I'm not stressed to hell that I'm going to have something deactivated or sold out from under me or whatever, right? But yeah, but the fact that I can constantly roll a week in advance, I'm guessing my system works is the best way. And I don't mean that facetiously. I'm always looking for concrete ways I'm very much a touch it person, right? If I can't poke at it and say, yep, it's solid, then it may not be as solid as I think. So I'm always looking for ways to prove to others and to me that the system I'm using to do something is as good as I think it is. So that's one of my metrics. Yeah, so I'm actually debating right now whether or not I want to get a hex on Thetes Moon 1. But I'm mostly just because I kind of like the place. It's kind of an interesting little world, and the terrain is so different, right? It's kind of really interesting to me. And it's just far enough away. I'm a flight sim pilot, by the way. For a while, I was doing a lot of X-Plane 11. So yeah, I like flying, right? And if you've seen the inside of the Merchant Prince class, when I have one up to that I can show off, it's glass and screens and push buttons everywhere because I'm a pilot. I like I like those things, and so for me, booming through the local system. It's fun, but I also recognize that not everyone has got an hour just for travel time in their gameplay. Right now I do, You know, it's the holiday season. I have time for this. I'm a live streamer, so I'm going to be sitting down to game for 3 hours anyway in a go, 3 to 4 hours generally. And so I'll be, you know, so yeah, I have the luxury, if you will, of sitting back, yakking with all of you folks, chit-chatting, having a good time doing it, while, you know, I'm blasting through you know, from one side of the lake to the other. If you're not a pilot, or if you don't like travel time, yes, you know, you want to keep things either tight together so that all you can get around with a hover vehicle, or you have to lean on VR hard. I agree with that. Yeah. All right, I'm at 35, so probably will hit the braking rockets at 20, just because. Tricky, I'm not actually going to Alioth right now. I'm actually going to the Starlantis station because I need to unload some stuff for there first. And there's a DSAT there. So what I'm actually doing is I'm heading to Starlantis. I've got 3 large containers on the dock there. Unload into there, and then Petra asked me to show them, how I do asteroid mining. So I'm just going to show literally how I do it. It's probably not the most efficient way to do things, but again, it's fun, so I enjoy doing it, right? So that's going to be the next thing we do. So the problem is that Starlantis is invariably at one of 2 angles, this way or that way. And if I'm looking at it that way when I'm coming in at 12,000 kilometers an hour, there's a little bit of teeth chattering that starts to happen, right? So I try and slow down a good couple of SU before I get there and crawl in. I've scared myself pretty good, you know. It's a ring with a really big solid bullseye dart in the middle, and you know, just trying to thread that at 5,000 kilometers an hour because you can't slow down fast enough. Yep. Was in PvP space. Oh yeah. Brown alert. Oh yeah. So yeah, so my braking distance, according to this, is 17 SU. So I'll probably start braking at 19. Turn and burn. Oh yeah. Kind of. Yep. Yeah, Arch is a bit better for PvP stuff. The chap who writes Aviator 1280. Is himself an aviator. He's actually a professional airline pilot. And so it's not very coincidental that the inside of this thing, that the way he's laid out all of his panels, and the language he uses, for setting, you set modes and things like that, is all very Airbus kind of language. So it turns out that airliners aren't commonly engaged with air-to-air missiles. It just doesn't turn out to be something that's normal. So he hasn't given a whole lot of thought to PvP with this setup. It's great for flying freighters and for flying passenger liners. It's not so good for gunboats. So yeah. So I've decided. So this is basically the way I do testing on a ship design. By the way, is I just glue all the parts together in as small a bundle as possible and say, does it work? You've dealt with it, Tornado and A400M setups. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Okay. So the way I do ship design is the first thing I do is put a tuning fork bumper skid for landing out of voxels, and then bolt everything onto steel bars. And if it works, then after that it's easy. So this collection of parts apparently works. So that's good to know. So then the next thing to start doing with it's messing around with the actual voxel build on it. I just love the idea of kind of making this thing look like the C-130 Hercules. So I'm probably going to fool around with a bit of that. If I understand correctly, voxels are transparent to airflow. In other words, you can wrap a wing in voxels and it doesn't see them. So I may mess a bit with that to get a bit more of a wing structure. I may, if I can get the wing structure looking right, that kind of high, need props for a C-130, yeah, I know. If I can get that sort of high wing structure, then what I'll do is I'll undersling the engines off the wing structure. So it'll be a bit wider, and then that will allow me to go a bit longer front to back, maybe add a second medium cargo container front to aft. And of course I want the ramp, right? So it'll be there's some goofing I want to do with it, right? But the idea is I want to have a back ramp. Oh, yeah, so Tricky, I'm a test pilot for his program. I did some of the early verification because I'm a skeptic. If you claim to have science on your side, my answer is show me the goods. So I actually have copies of his designs, and he and I've talked a lot. I've done a couple test flights. So what? How do I explain this? The way the game seems to do re-entry friction is it actually does very simple math to math a shockwave ahead of the nose of the vehicle. And then depending on your speed, it shoves that shockwave backwards. And how far that shockwave gets pushed backwards is an index of your speed, your cross-section, and the atmospheric density. And the first thing that shockwave touches, it burns. But it doesn't go any further back. It doesn't eat through the airframe, right? So what he's done is he's come up with a way to leverage that. I'm not going to give away his trade secrets. Please talk to him directly. But he's come up with a way to leverage that mechanic to essentially replicate what hypersonic vehicles do, which is called wave management. So he basically, or what's specifically called wave shaping. So he allows that hypersonic shockwave to build up in front of the vehicle, and because of the way he has his vehicle laid out, the fireball just never touches. I should be braking. I should be braking. Shift F7. Thank you. Alt 7. Bang. Speed brakes on. I may have to turn and burn here. Yeah, I'm down. Oh yeah, I way overshot. Okay, well, yeah, no, it's exactly what I'm going to have to do. Alt 6, turn that off. Alt 6, there we go. Around we turn. I like the fact that he's used the ESA standards for prograde retrograde, by the way, so I know where my retrograde vector is. It's really easy to find. It's the circle. And let's light it up. Yeah, and this is just, over here you'll see there's that error message saying databank not installed. If I had bothered to check on that before I took off and I plugged the friggin' databank in, I actually could have just programmed in the waypoint and had it turn on the braking engines. Yeah, that's essentially what I did the other day. I did something similar a week or so back with Alioth. But yeah, Tricky. So yeah, under normal conditions, I could actually just drop the waypoint in and say, you'll see over here, it's got the verbiage that says auto brake off, and then there's an SU 2.3 SU from destination. So you can actually you can actually program the stop distance. So the way this is set up is by default, you'll actually stop 2.3 SU dead stop ahead of your destination, which gives you lots of time to do course corrections and then crawl in, because that's only 400 kilometers, right? But it prevents you from doing the oopsie maneuver, which is what I'm trying to avoid doing right now. Thetis and Archud don't play well together. Well, yeah, that's because the atmosphere is weird on Thetis. Unless you're over the trench, the atmosphere is non-existent. I had someone explain to me what re-entry into Thetis was like. I haven't tried it yet, because I'm just not that good a pilot yet. It's also the asteroids around the pilot. Yep. And what struck me about the conversation was it reminded me about NASA's conversation about Mars. The atmosphere is just thick enough that you have to do something about it, but it's not thick enough to do anything with it. Yep. You can do actual routes with this, which I like. So you can say fly to here, then turn, then fly to there. So you can do things like go around, stuff like that. Or you can use it as a way, or you can use one of the outside asteroids of Thetis as a waypoint. Skim within 400 kilometers of that asteroid. Okay, well, that's easy enough, right? And then curve on to keep going to where you want to go. You can do stuff like that with it. Or just... Yep, it does. It's quite good, actually. Space flight tanks are low. Okay, well, that's not really surprising. All right, we're close enough now. I'm actually going to start vector bending. So we're going to turn 90 degrees to my angle of flight. Bend that way. We're going to turn that engine off. And then roll this thing back this way. Actually, yeah, we can afford to point at target. We're moving slowly enough now. And then, whoops, oversteered. Hang on. This ship has a bias. It, because of the way I have the adjusters turned out, and I keep overturning on one vector. So now we're going to turn the nose down and burn a little bit. Okay, so we're actually into a holding orbit now, which is nice. Okay, and there we go. And we can just hold on that for a few moments. And then I'm just going to turn that speed brake off and just let us coast on in. I'm doing 700. That's not coasting. That's that's glacial. Message to you. It is, yes, it is Aviator. Message to you about what you need for your flower. Okay, what I'm actually going to do, real fast, hang on a second here, my apologies, wrong button. Wolfstar.c. Oops. Spell your own email address right, Michelle. There we go. So that's my email address. For those of you who somehow haven't noticed me do this yet, I have an FAQ that I keep. And if I see common questions in chat, I often will just copy and paste the answer, because I've been seeing the same question. Because I either asked the question myself and then saw 11 other people ask it, or I saw the question get asked by 11 other people, and so I didn't need to ask, and I just wrote the answer down. So often, so if you have questions about DU and you want to know my opinion, and you don't want to have to go back to this, or you just want me to send you the FAQ bit, just send me an email to that. Literally, just the subject line is DU FAQ, and then let me know in the subject what it is you want me to, and I'll just copy and paste all my FAQ entries for whatever it is. The other day, a couple of people had me send them everything I know about shipbuilding, because they couldn't get over the ship I'd managed to build out of basically baling wire. And that I basically, was using math to figure out how many engines I needed and stuff like that. And so, so go ahead, Kira, and if I don't get back to you right away, go ahead and email me, and give me a poke, and I will happily get that information to you. I am ever so slightly a lot ADHD. So yeah, I periodically will need prods. I will just be open and honest about that. So to answer the questions, so yes, this is Aviator 1280. It is on GitHub. Free to download. The code is visible. And he has an excellent Discord. Aviator is also a semi-active member of the community. He's a beta player, a little bit bitter about the way the game has gone, but he's not a loudmouth schnook about it. So yeah, he's cool, as far as I'm concerned. He's also done a couple of other cool pieces of software based on the Lua skills he's learned. And his driving motivation is that he's a professional pilot. And so the first time he tried flying in DU, nothing made sense to him. And he thought, no, this isn't what a cockpit should feel like. So he literally learned how to do Lua programming so that he could write this HUD, so that he could have the gaming experience he wanted. And he's sharing it with the rest of the community. And I think that's awesome. So yeah, that's Aviator 1280. He's done a lot with it. It's got some really good stuff. It is sufficiently dense. He's actually hitting the character limit on how much programming you can put into a HUD. Hang on a second here. GitHub. Yeah, there we go. You can tell I give this link out a lot after people see my stream. Copy. There we go. And bop. There it is. Just bookmark that. I kind of it does a lot more than what you see here, because this is the most stripped down version possible. With the Merchant Prince, I have four displays running variations on this HUD. One for the gunner, one for the loadmaster, one for the pilot, and then another one for additional information alongside that. And it's fantastic. It all talks to the same database using the same single memory unit. So your gunner navigator can actually make a course change, and the pilot will see it reflected on their copy of the HUD instantly, and will immediately get all the calculations they need done right away based on the input. The loadmaster can, if he has to, get up in his chair, walk back, and add fuel to a tank, and the pilot will see his fuel gauges come up instantly. Right? It's fantastic. For group play, I'm a role player. By nature, I love role-playing games. I'm looking forward to being part of the role-playing community that's developing slowly within DU. And so for me, one of the requirements when I designed the Merchant Prince was that it was kind of based on my experiences playing the Traveller role-playing game. So as a result, I have a very complicated bridge, pilot cockpit area, because I wanted the ability for 2 or 3 friends to hang out and fly a ship together. And the only HUD that let me do that was Aviator. Hang on a second, doing a little bit of maneuvering here. Vector bending a little bit just to get myself a little bit closer to destination. There we are. Hadron Collider, yeah. All right. Cool. So my braking distance is 21 kilometers. All right. I'm not too stressed. There, that's better. Okay, cool. I'm going to presume everyone here knows what it is I'm doing when I say vector bending. So, but again, if there's anybody who's new or has questions, let me know. I'm happy to explain what I'm up to. So, yeah. So this is atmosphere mode, right? This is mode 2, atmospheric. Mode 3 is point-to-point space travel. Mode 4 is orbital management, including the ability to automatically deorbit and land on a surface waypoint. So it'll basically aim at the planet. It coasts you into orbit, puts you into orbit, adjusts your orbit so you're on the right orbital plane, waits till the target comes into sight, and then brings you down right on top of it. And if you have a couple of VTOL type engines, literally, not hover engines, but actual atmospheric engines pointed upward, pointed vertically with the VTOL tag on them, it will fly you right over and straight down onto the landing zone like a helicopter. It's pretty damn cool. But yeah, and then so that's mode 4. Mode 5 is your damage report. Gives you a blip view, which you can see here and here, as well as a damage report. So I can see that one of my vertical lights is dinged, right? And then mode 9 pops up your widgets. So, for example, to allow you to get access to the tactical view, for example, that's how you get at that. It's not integrated. So yeah, so I'm in SPC mode, and he's got the panel down here shows you perpetually. This is your mode management panel down here, very much like an Airbus. So it shows you which panel you're on. If your damage panel is tinged red, you have damage to go check. Otherwise, the panel you're on it will show in yellow. Yeah. All right. Yeah, it's taking a little bit. We're gonna pump up the volume a little bit, as it said. Let's go. Okay, so doing a little bit of vector bending, so I'm a little bit closer to my destination. Here we are. All right. Okay, yeah, that's the mess. And then C-Wing. Awesome. Thanks so much. All right, Jammer, they were on for a while. I'm not sure if they are now. If they are. Yeah. So, one sec. I need to change my glasses here. I haven't been able to get to the optometrist in a while, so I'm stuck with a set of reading glasses. And if I don't change after a while, I start to get eye fatigue off the screen. So there we go, a little bit easier on the eyes. I've been working on a novel on a new novel, so I've been spending an awful lot of time in front of a screen lately. Have to be a little bit more attentive about keeping the the screen glasses on. They're actually not reading glasses; they're actually screen glasses. My optometrist set the focal point for the typical distance that most people would sit in front of a computer screen, as opposed to a book, which would be generally much closer. More RP in the game, I completely agree with you. It's probably going to be one of the biggest reasons I opt in on any large or on any decent size organization. I'm in with Starlantis because, for lack of a better way of putting it, I basically said, "Why isn't someone doing this?" And one of my viewers said, "We actually are." I said, "What?" "Yeah, we're doing that already." "Where?" Took me for a tour. I said, "Right, how do I buy?" Means I don't have to build the damn thing myself. So that's the reason I'm involved in Starlantis. But I'm literally I'm a tenant. I'm not a you know. I bought myself a pad and I'm very happy with it. It means I don't have to build a space station. Someone's built the space station for me. Tricky Trixie, that's awesome of you. Just seeing you willing to help somebody out in game there with the repairs. So, thank you. They're not actually doing RP. Starlantis is purely functional, and like I say, and sort of what I was trying to say was the only reason I joined them was that. Oh yeah, you and me both, Tricky. Was that it's. What they're doing was so valuable as to the community, I wanted to be in on it in spite of the fact of them being a purely functional company, a purely functional organization. But yeah, I'm semi sort of looking for an RP organization right now, but I'm not even sure what, you know. At the point, I play a lot of Final Fantasy 14. My son got me hooked on that. I was playing Warcraft for an awful long time. I was EverQuest for a long time, Star Wars, Old Republic. And so for me, the role play and you know, a lot of role play involves a good emote system. And I find it a little bit odd that, you know, Nova Quark has said they're all about the role play opportunities, but honestly, the emotes are trash. There's just 2 or 3 emotes you sort of just, for lack of a better way of putting it, you need. Because one of the easiest places to generate roleplay is going to be the typical tavern cantina. And so you need a few emotes that are things like, yeah, basically your quote bar emotes, right? Star Wars Battle in the beta. Very cool. So, but you know, like I say, my contribution to it is I'm in the process of building a nightclub. I'll provide the cantina. But yeah, I need to get my right. Working on the nightclub, the cantina has sort of been put on hold. Oops, F7. Brakes. Brake. All right. Yeah. I need to. 5K of Garnerite worth about an hour. It's oh wow. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so for me, like I say, it's I need to get my showroom copy of Merchant Prince operational again, so that's gonna chew up most of next week for me. Because I'm pig-headed and insist on being able to print it out of my own factory. I could just take Orbidity up on their offer and go grab a whole bunch of ore off a PvP world and sell it and come up with the 10 million I need and yell done. But I'm pig-headed. I want to make it out of my factory. So you know. Hey, I mean, I know who I am. Okay, I know I'm pig-headed. Oh gosh, redeeming qualities and all that, right? Alright, so a little bit of crawling in here, because as I say, there's a kilometer diameter space station around here somewhere. I don't want to bump into it. It's a bit bigger than I am. So, we're just going to crawl in a bit. Until I actually see the damn thing. Some days it'll start rendering at 7 kilometers out. But yeah, today apparently is not that day. Alright, 100K, we'll crawl in a bit more. Once I can see it, then everything else gets easy. But until I can see the, there it is. Okay, that's the central spire. There we are, it just started rendering into view. 3.5 kilometers, that's not bad. So what that means is the nearest part of the ring is 1.5 kilometers away from me. So again, you know, places I don't want to be going at Mach 1. Alright, cabin view here. I need cabin view to be able to do this. And we'll switch to air navigation because it's just easier to manage. Okay. Okay, there's the ring. All right. Okay, now I can see where I'm at. We're gonna angle up a bit. This thing's a monster. Engines off. Power. Okay, brakes. All right, not bad. Okay, we're going to go into what I call crawler mode. And this makes a lot of things. This is actually one of the neatest things about Aviator HUD is that, being a professional airline pilot, he knows that parking brakes are a good suggestion. If you ramp the engines wide open on almost any modern airliner, there is no set of chocks or brakes that are going to keep that plane from rolling. So he does that intentionally. And what it allows you to do is to crawl into places at like 5 kilometers an hour. A little hard on fuel, but it's cheaper than replacing the nose of the vehicle. Oh, I see someone's been doing some decorating here. Christmas colors on the side of the building there. Oh, that's starting to look good. Yeah, they're doing a good job on that one. They've got a mobile base. That's smart. They were talking about doing that. That's really clever. Apologies, by the way, I'm a little bit painstaking about this just because there's a lot of other people's stuff around here that I want to have to pay for. Last time I saw charges advertised, they were going for 80,000 apiece. If you check F8 and then essentially the classified section, there's at least 2 organizations paying 80,000 a charge, plus they're on the hook for the travel expenses. They left me a package. I'm tickled. I didn't know they were going to do that. That's fantastic. Sorry, I knew they had left a sorry, it's the package there on the screen. I knew they had left one for Starlantis. I didn't know they'd left one for me on the club. That's delightful. Oh, wow. Oh, that just made my night. Okay, I don't need you in my way anymore. And there's Microboost's gas station. I need to nag him about getting his dispensers set up for repair materials. I'm always in need of nickel scrap. I'm a good pilot. I always need nickel scrap. Alright, and we're just going to set it down here. And there's my bumper bar. Okay. And then Alt-7 off. Okay. Oh. I don't have vertical engines on this thing. I forgot. Okay. Alright. Well, this is going to get tricky. How the hell do I do that? I'm not going to land it upside down. That just looks weird. Alright. Well, a little bit of crawl in then. Go to external view so I can get a better sense of altitude here. Oh, I got lots of room. Now, bring the nose up. A little bit of twisty pull here. And I think I'm just inside a gravity capture. We're about to find out. Bye-bye! No, we're not inside gravity capture. That's fine. Note to self: put down thrusters on the Proto-Herc. I wonder if I was to mount boosters to the top of it, essentially facing up, if they would do what I want. Because that seems to be for what I want to do. I think invert boosters. Yeah. Well, honestly, I'm on a space station. It can just stay there for the difference it makes. All right. Okay. Let's. And can I just... Oh, that's right. It won't friggin' let me do that. Okay, hang on. Hang on, folks. Claim... Wish you could... you know something, actually. Automatically claim for... Clear ownership. Nope. Okay, alright, so I can't do that. So what I will do, and because this is a linked container, I can't auto-claim to here. Alright. Access space engines on all axes for fine position and landing. Thank you, Kira. That answers that question. Yeah, I actually do want to do that sometime, Morbidity. I think it'd be a fun thing to do. So yeah, for sure. I've got some spare smalls, but smalls just seem overkill for that. Oh, I do have a pair of XSs. Well, well, well. Okay. I think I may just go bolt those on right now. Yeah, I mean, and that's incredibly cool of you, by the way. Much appreciated. That's very kind. Whoops. Shared station, right? And there's all kinds of other folks who potentially have access to this box based on the fact that they're actual station staff. So, a little bit of honesty goes a long way. What I mean by that is, in case you don't know, if you hit something as claimed, and even if somebody else can get into this container, it's clearly indicated as yours. So if somebody takes it, you will get a notification indicating player name stole this item from you. So you know exactly who the culprit was and exactly what they took. So if you're part of a community organization where there's a lot of coming and going, Tricky, you can't warp with mission payloads. You have to slow boat them. Yup. Alright, let's toss those back over here. Alright. And I'm gonna need to... Well, and that's why I wanted to let you know. Well, no, it's intentional. It means that there's always somebody... Because otherwise, warp basically invalidates 80% of the peril of everything, right? So, okay, fine. Kira, were you saying that boosters would turned upside down would function as downward thrust engines? Well, I mean, and that's just it. Okay, thank you. That's good to know. All right. So the first thing I need to do is get the scooter off of here. So let's start with that. F8. Oh, sorry. 8. So we're going to hit Alt-Y to move further along. Okay. Okay. Sit. Stay. Thank you. That's not quite what I meant, but that'll do. Alright, that's the first thing done. Alright. Now... I think... Well, I do already have these two basic space engines already here, so I think what I'm just going to do is pop into build mode and put them in. India. Oops. India. Equip. 8. That looks ridiculous. Oh my gosh, that looks ridiculous. Sorry, it's just really hard to take that seriously. This is what we refer to as a scale difference. Okay. And then... blah, blah, blah. 8, 7. That's this tank. Goes there. And then this tank goes there. Okay. Now, let's fix another issue while I'm still here. B. Okay, I see. All plugs are used because, okay, it's my fuel tank problem. Alright. Remove... Okay, I've got weapon units, and that's it. Okay. Okay. Well... Okay, I don't need the small atmospheric tanks. That's hover. I don't care. And that'll free me up 2, and that'll free me up 2. Okay. And then I want that plugged in for sure. And then I will want... Yeah. Okay, my 2 radars are plugged in, which is the most important part of the equation. Is there anything else I need to worry about? I don't think so. So that, I think, will fix the majority of the other issues. And then... Okay, and then I just need to rerun the auto-config so that it sees the engines. Need to wiggle a bit. Did it knock that out again? Yeah, it did. So, remove, the 2 atmospheric S. I should have reconfigured and then, but yeah, whatever. Remove atmospheric S. Because as I say, those are just for my hover engines. They're not on enough long enough for it to matter what the fuel level is. If I'm counting liters on those engines, I've done something horribly wrong. Okay, cool. So that should improve a couple of things. Now, next, let's hop down over here. Whoa, 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 whoa. Stop that. Whee! I have no idea what's in this, folks. So, yeah, Jingle Hop dropped by. Actually, let me show you. I listed Starlantis, the entire station, as well as my club, as possible stops, and they stopped in, and they had in fact left a gift, as I say, for the whole, for all of Starlantis, which I thought was great. But apparently, they also left one for me and my club. So this is the nightclub I'm working on. I had the roof about 70% done and then realized I hated it, ripped it off, and started all over again. So that's the big hang-up right now, literally. But I have a control board here, and the Lua parameters is the tempo of the music you're going to be playing. So if you're into trance, it'll be 130 to 138 generally, right? So we'll leave it at 138. And when you turn the hit F to activate, it'll actually light set for a tempo 138, which is a shift every 0.43 seconds. And then you've got the light panel here behind the bar, so you can sort of see things. But if you walk around the club, you'll notice the lasers and the lights all flickering. And if you've got music at 138 BPM up, the beat will be matching the lights, and the lights will be matching the beat. So I'm pretty proud about it. It's looking pretty good. But this is this is going to be my contribution to roleplay around the Starlantis station, hopefully for folks coming and going. So this is Club 6C, as things get going, I'm hoping that it'll become just a hangout, a place for people to just hang out and chat in channel and what have you. But I'm really happy with the way it's come out. And I'm super pleased with the way the light shows come out. One control board will run 100 lights, up to 100 lights. So I've got 80 on this thing right now. I think I may wind up just putting the next, at least another blob of 10 in. There's just a couple places it's looking just a smidge plain, I guess is the best way of putting it. I'd like to put a couple of more lights, for example, in between the archways between the subrooms, right? So there's 4 distinct lounges, and then there's a single dance floor, and it's a hardwood dance floor because, you know. So yeah, that's the club I'm working on. So, but yeah, I want to find out what's in the package. So let's go look. Yeah. All right. So how does this work? That's right. Board this construct? What is it? How it open? Okay, there's a core inside, apparently. What'd it do? How do you get it open? I'm okay, I'm totally baffled. This is cool. Oh, I get it. Michelle, wake up. It's a free pile. It's a screen on the front and a free pile of honeycomb, plus whatever is wrapped in the honeycomb. That's really cool. There's a container inside. Okay. So yeah, I'd have to rip open. Literally, I'd have to rip the. Okay, but here's. I don't want to ruin it. Oh, I'm terrible. Okay, let's see here. Let's grab a corner off here. Peel a corner here. What do we got? No. Still more. Oh my gosh. Somebody overwraps their products. Okay, guys, you're being silly here. Okay. I'll worry. Do you guys want me to take this thing apart here? BP it first. You know something? I think I'm going to do that, because this is just too... Okay, I'm absolutely going to BP this. Oh, yeah. Got it. Right-click, construct. Thank you for that suggestion. Tokenize. Okay. I can't get at the core. Yeah, I know, tricky. But I don't want to ruin it. I wish the core was exposed so I could... Yeah, you can't BP... Oops, fell down the side. You can't BP it because you can't get at the core. Alright, so I'm just going to have to rip it apart. Oh, well. Here we go. Really? Oh, yes, you're right. Dummy. Thank you. Construct. Create a core world blueprint. There we go. Cool. Thank you. I get all silly about stuff like this. I really do. I love the bow. Oh my gosh, it even looks like felt. Alright, what do we got? Oh, very nice. So what... Okay, so hang on a second here. So what's this? XS core. Yeah, sure. Free speeder. I'll take it. And a bunch of luminescent glass. That is fantastic. I absolutely adore that. That is great. All right. Now, yep, we're gonna... Yep, that's fine. I'm gonna take everything out of here. And then we're just going to toss it all back in here for now. And that's fantastic. I'm going to leave the bow and the I'm going to leave the bow and the base plate and the sign there for now because Christmas. I love it. That is so cool. As a little community thing, that's great. All right, cool. So let's talk about asteroids. One of those little perks about being at Starlantis, whoops, slow down, being at Starlantis, is that there is a community DSAT. Now, Micro Booster's got his own here. He's got himself a Roid Runner, but I just use the community one. Actually, I think he's here on the station, because usually if the drop ship's there, he's here at the station. Sells... I could, yes, but I'm just going to leave everything there for now. I've got it BP'd, and I want to get on to the next bit. Because, again, ADHD. So, scoot over to the public observatory. Because I exited build mode, Tricky, I couldn't just undo. I'd actually have to reassemble. I'd actually have to take the whole thing apart and then reassemble it from the blueprint, I think. So this is the public observatory, right? It's part of, if you're part of Starlantis, you just get access to it. If you're a Starlantis tenant, right? So... Okay, they got it stuck up on the roof. There we go. Nice. Oh, they've got the damn thing turned on. Why did you do that, guys? Oh, because they were building it and they forgot to turn the friggin' thing back on. Okay. Yeah, alright, they're still constructing as well. Okay, well, that's fine. I'll just use the VR one. Okay, cool. Oh, location logger. Very interesting. Shows everyone who's come and gone into the station. That's cool. Yeah. They're doing some fun stuff around here. Okay, he's still fixing some of the... Still tweaking some of the voxels and stuff. The fellow who's doing... Oh, nice job on the stairs, Leroy. The fellow who's spearheading a lot of the design work is Leroy Inc. You'll see him sometime. and he's done a lot of these voxel sets either from OpenKit or from his own design, and he's making them available to members of Starlantis community. Just grab and go, right? Which is really nice. But okay, so we'll have to use a VR. You have hang on. Please hold. I mean, if that's the case. Yeah, there's the one for Starlantis, right? By the way, if you get a chance and you come out here, do take the opportunity to go for a jog. What happens is as you hit into the tunnel, gravity turns 90 degrees, and you can run all the way up into the central core, which has its own gravity environment running this way. They're still trying to figure out what they're going to do with it, but yeah. All right, well, hang on. Let's go put it back. I got to go back this way anyway. I see someone is putting a great fucking billboard on top of... Oh, no, that's their portable base. $765. Wow, he's really dropped his price. Yeah, okay, he's still doing KX2 here. Okay, so then I should be able to then, for example, make this my linked container. Control-I. And then B to build, and then backspace to undo, yeah? Well, look at that. Not enough items available. Huh? Okay, you're my linked container. That's where all the glossy red went. Did some of it wind up on the ship? Don't think so. Let me go check. Piss off, I'm busy. No, nothing got stuck on the ship. Alright, so then I should have everything I need down there. I have to unclaim the voxels. Okay, cool. See, that was the thing I didn't know. Thank you. Oh, no. Nope. Because it glitched the first time, I can no longer undo. Damn. Alright, well, a thing I just learned. Thanks, folks. I do appreciate that. I do appreciate the attempt, though. Damn it. Yeah, so it turns out that if it errors, you lose that undo. So yeah, I didn't realize that you had to unclaim stuff to be able to use it. That's interesting. Well, that's an interesting bit. What are they using for that material? Galvanized green steel. Okay, a thing I just learned. That's pretty. I like that. But yeah, okay. So unfortunate, but fair enough. All right, let me pop over to my HQ here. Hang on. Come on now, piss off. I'm busy. Thank you. There we are. Let's move the scooter down onto the roof. Preferably right side up. There we go, and then there we go. Oops, wrong button again. Alright, we'll just hit a public DSAT real fast. Oh, you're kidding me. It thinks I'm on Ship Simulator? What did it do? Oh, okay, I know why. Yeah, alright. That's fine. Thank you. Not boarded now. I have a mock-up of a ship there for testing Lewis. Here, that'll do. Connect. Also, next time I'm here, tell me to subscribe using Prime Gaming. I won't tell you. I will remind you it is a possibility. And thank you, Petra, for hanging out. I will, if you're chatting with me, I will make sure that this video becomes available for Twitch as a VOD. Oh yeah, okay, sure. Yes, I will explain to you how. No problem at all. And yeah, I will. I'll make sure that. The VOD is available for you to watch, and then I'll get my son to clip out the relevant chunk and upload it to YouTube for me, with the how-to on how-to that I do asteroid mining. Okay. As well as any improvements and feedback I get from the rest of the crowd. So, a bit of a group learning experience. Gotta tell you, they've done some impressive stuff here. The barbed wire is amazing. Hey, everybody. All right. All I care about is broadcast. 55 minutes ago, 100 SU, no thank you. 2 new, it'll be getting mugged. 76 and 80 minutes, that might be worth doing. Go. It's near Alioth. It's a basic asteroid. Yeah, okay. Potential, but not great. It's another basic, 5 hours. 26 AU. And that's a rare. That's going to be absolute. Oh, that's in the PvP zone. That's just outside the bubble. Yeah, not going to try tackling that one. If I had an AWACS, I'd give it. I'd be tempted, but I know better than to do that on a live stream. Can I filter by save zone? Oh, filters. See, I saw that and I was thinking, oh, I thought the filters were the sort by and the sort by. Yeah, okay. I didn't realize that unlocked an entire other window. So there you go. All right, so save zone only, yes. And out of curiosity, show me any uncommons that are available. That's mostly what I care about. Oh, perfect. 7 days ago. And then from there, just show me near farm. "43 hours is just about perfect. Everyone will have given up on that one already. Okay, so we're going to give this one a try first. So what I'm going to do is, there we are. That's, here we go. Say, 135, 35, oops, 135, Michelle. And then, copy those coordinates. Thank you. And the backup option is this one. At 6 hours, it's likely going to be up to its neck in everybody else. And that's AQQP. We'll try it first, and if it's too busy, because I don't like for lack of a better way of putting it, I don't like feeling like everyone else is wondering if I'm there to bother them. So I tend to pick the less used asteroids. Sorry guys, I'm being clumsy here. 2.5. So we'll try this one first, and then ASE will be our backup. Okay, come on now. Copied. Thank you. A little bit of lag there. Yeah, cool. Okay, that's all I needed. That's 2 rocks. Yeah, no, understood. Thank you. Thank you for the warning, Tricky. I sort of... Yeah, well, you'll see my process here in a moment, but I just presume that I'm going to fly through PvP space until I'm convinced I'm not. I played enough EVE Online, both as a... both doing mining, as well as doing combat escort for low-sec mining operations, that I just presume that I'm going to have to check security. All right. All right. Grindy, grindy, grind. Come on. There we go. All right. Oh, stop. Go up here. The scooter is not at the factory. Change my location for res point, please, before I forget again. And there, pod activated. So they've changed a bit of the mechanic. It now defaults to the last pod you turned on, not the closest pod, the last pod. That can be really irritating. All right. I fixed that. Why is that broken again? Hope that's not a... okay, well, 8. There. Is that really damaged, or is that... I swapped that element out. I'm sure of it. Set is linked. And open. Don't tell me. I don't recall having hit anything. Well, okay, move that here. Foop. I must have bumped something, not noticed. No, that's just straight up destroyed. I know I replaced that. So that's a desync issue. I don't believe you! Alright, let's get back to what I was doing. Alright. Let's climb into my pilot seat here. Alright, now... Container non-stop. Okay, hang on a second. Back into build mode. Link. There, that's what I'm trying to do. All plugs are used. Okay. Okay. Wow. What have you done? It reverted changes? Alright. Remove. Okay, so that's the core. Where's my other small atmospheric tank? There it is. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, let's relink my database. I smell an I smell a method reset. Interesting. Alright, now are we gonna misbehave? Oh, hello. Alright. Hang on, folks. Relogging. Strange behavior detected. Yeah, just give me a sec here. When stuff that was not broken on arrival is suddenly broken, and changes you made that I made after I arrived are put back, that tells me it's time to relog. Actually, I'm going to ask you folks to just hang on tight for just a moment. I need to go run and get something to drink. Just realized I've been talking constantly for 3 hours now. I'm starting to get dry. So just 2 minutes, I'll be right back. Okay, there we go. Cool. Alright, let's try this again. First question, is that still broke? No, it's fixed. That's what I thought. Desync issues. Multiplayer is hard. I actually know someone who does multiplayer network synchronization code for a living. That's their specialty. They work for Ubisoft. They get paid ridiculous amounts of money to fix problems that nobody else can explain. It's a bit of a black art, so... Okay. Alright. Okay, so there's still something weird with the chair. Ah, there we go! Ha! Okay. Ah, default settings. Got it. Alright. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I'd forgotten this is brand new. 2, databank not installed. Well, I don't like you either. Alright, container not linked to databank. Okay. Okay, so yes, there was a desync issue. I'm glad I checked now. Alright, so let's jump out of the chair here and go fix that. Alright, build mode again. Oops, so is that you? Wow. Interesting lag. There we go. Okay, so, first off, control scheme is keyboard only. Yes, that is correct. Update custom autoconfig list. Let's do that. Advanced, run custom autoconfig. And in this case, I want the V03 version. I'm not running the fuel module. Okay, so that's that. So then, I need to go here and advanced. Nope, and we're going to go to plug mode, PvP capacity, okay, interesting, and then we're going to remove some links. Like I say, I don't need the small atmospheric tanks. And then I've got my link from my databank to my chair. There we go. And from the cargo container to the chair. Let's try that. Okay. That's better so far. Okay. What's going on here? Load should be Alt-1. Yep. Yep, okay, interesting. That's weird. So it's registering the seat session as started. But the GUI isn't coming up. Yep, completely ignoring the Alt key here. Alright. Well, I'll unplug the... I'm suspecting the problem's the container. Actually, it's probably more likely to be you. Advanced. Sorry. Build mode. And then I'm actually going to... let's just get alt mode. There we go. Pull that off of there. There we are. Databank. Okay. It doesn't have... Alright. Doesn't have any of the... I was thinking... I've been experimenting with a couple of other HUDs. I was thinking maybe it still had data from the other HUD onto it, and that was confusing things, but nope. That's not the problem. What? We just had this conversation. Stop it. Okay, I'll just turn off the, This is being really weird and it's bothering me. Well, if I can't make it work, I'll just get on with what I need to do here. I can fly without it. It'll just be better if I've got it. Let's try. Okay. Script error. Well, why did you even start up? Okay. Yeah, let's just, I guess we're just going to run default auto configure, and I will fight with this later. I'm not sure what the problem is. There. Alright. Now. Stop. There we go. A little bit forward momentum. Ourselves away from the station a little bit of V. Now, coordinates. Copy. Map. Create bookmark from clipboard. It's 22 December. Okay, and then now where the hell is that? Okay, that's where I am. Where's my new bookmark? There it is. Yep, that's firmly in the lake. I don't have to worry about PvP with that. It's all, no, yeah, it's well within the bubble. It's actually not far from somewhere else I wanted to go anyway, so that's cool. Okay. Where are you? You're over there. All right then. And away we go. Flying the old-fashioned way. Start a timer. So what I've just done is started a stopwatch on my iPhone. That's really odd. Actually, I think it's the first time I've ever seen lag at Starlantis, so I'm not sure what's going on there. I'm more inclined to think that something else was bugging my machine. For all I know, Windows thinks this is a good time to do an update. Yeah, it's been about a week since the patch, hasn't it? It's possible that they may wind up having to do that they may wind up having to do a maintenance restart in the morning. Oof, yeah, no, that's unreasonable. Okay, so I've been accelerating for 2 minutes, 37 seconds. Hang on a second here. Where's my calculator? Oh, piss off. Here we go. Okay. So, just for those folks who may benefit from the way I'm doing this, 43. So you just take the number and you divide it by 5. So I'm 8,600 kilometers away. I know that I'm moving at speed 35. Divide that by 35, and then I multiply that by 60. So it's going to be 14 minutes for me to get. It's going to be 14 minutes to get to destination, and I've got a 2 minute and 2 minutes and 37 second braking time on a turn and burn. So I'm going to say in 10 minutes I'll start retro braking. Timer 10 minutes. There we go. Now we coast on in. Trying to repair this guy's ship is fun at 5 FPS. I imagine it is, yeah. I need to change that. It should be WS2. Someone already... that should be WS2, not WSS. Keep doing that. Normally I would use WSS in most other games I do, but someone already had WSS taken, so I wound up stuck with WS2. All right, Orbidity, take care of yourself. Appreciate you hanging out, stopping in, saying hi, and yeah, take good care. I hope you get a good night's sleep. Cheers. Yeah, okay, I was stupid. Well, that could make things interesting. Not really, but 4 FPS. Oh, that's painful. Yeah, I would suggest relogging, for sure. This is the only part of this game which is a little thin. Oh yeah, that's Cynic. Our very own Tony Stark, self-proclaimed Tony Stark. Yeah. I've just learned to fly in at 1,400 meters. He's not the only one. There's a couple of of 1,200-meter towers around that area. There was one that all they had was a 1 pixel wide tower from ground all the way up to the platform at the very top. Yeah. Piled into that, it nearly piled into that at Mach 1 one afternoon. All right. Sweetheart's off to bed. So she knows I'm streaming, so just sent me a hey, good night message. I'll catch up with her after the stream. All right, down to 4 minutes. So starting breaking in 4 minutes. In the old Traveller TRT tabletop role-playing game, they actually had the math for constant to midpoint acceleration, which was where the classic turn and burn maneuver comes from. You accelerate to midpoint at a constant rate, and then flip over and decelerate the whole way down. And they also had the inverse table, which could tell you, given a distance and your maximum speed, what should your acceleration be to optimize your fuel, right? And I've wondered if it would be worth going back, pulling that book out of my storage bin, finding that page and putting that into a spreadsheet and seeing how well Dual Universe actually honors those real world numbers. Because if you could just do the quick calculation and say, well, I've got 145 SU to go, this is my maximum acceleration, it would tell you, okay, set your acceleration to be, set your throttle to 3/4, and then turn and burn, and you're done, kind of thing. The thing is with that equation is it's based on the idea that your maximum midpoint speed, I think, is well up towards a 0.1% of the speed of light or something. So, which we don't get close to in the game. All right, and there we go. That's pretty much timer. So we'll slowly flip ourselves upside down. Whee! Whoops! It did it again. Oh dear. Oh, yeah, sure. My apologies. There we go. So just hit the 10-minute mark on my 10-minute mark on flight. So I'm just in the process of flipping around for the return burn, as it were. In about 2 minutes, we ought to be at a standstill. And then we'll finish, and then we'll do our maneuver phase in. So, my math said 14. I shaved 2 minutes off of that to give me some margin of error. So we'll have a little bit of distance to maneuver in, and of course, then there's the fact that when you're 45 SU away, a pixel or two to the right or whatever, once a big gap at this end of about 100 odd kilometers. So there'll be a little extra maneuvering laterally that's got to get done, but we'll worry about that in a minute. The important part is not hitting the asteroid. We wish to land on it, not change its orbital course.
What I get?
Exotic element HP handling. Mastered level 3. Very nice. I figured that'll be useful for shipbuilding. Alright. Okay, so now I'm pointing the wrong way. I should probably fix that. And we'll slowly get ourselves rearranged here. And now we'll do some bending. Yeah, I thought that might happen. Tee-hee. Alright. Fine, be that way. Forgot to refuel before I left. Doopy-doopy-doo. Alright, okay, that's those tanks, and then... what have I got? Year X4 and year X2. That's empty, and that's just empty. Okay. So I've got 123 there. I've got 100. Okay, so I'll drain. Stop it. Run this tank empty. And we'll put half over here. So, that's what I thought. Right, so return trip's going to be a little frugal. That's okay. Why is my jetpack on? Stop. Thank you. Now fuck off. Alright, and then I want to pull 50 liters out of this tank. And... could you just give that a rest? Thanks. That's got 50 in it. There, okay. So my hover rockets, my maneuvering rockets have got fuel, and I've got some course correction fuel. All right. Well, we're gonna have to be a little more frugal with the fuel then. I've got 6 minutes of maneuver fuel left. Hey, Falzon. If you're bored, sure. No need to, though. Because here's the thing, right? 3 minutes of fuel is more than enough to get home. That's the beautiful thing about, you know, about an actual Newtonian, about something that's relatively close to a Newtonian physics game. The only question is how long it's going to take. Right? It's more just annoying. It's one of those things, you know, that's one of those big dummy moments you do on a live stream, right? Let's see here. So 6.7 divided by 5 is 1.34. Divided by 8.2 is 16 times 60. Yeah, okay, so it'll take 10 minutes. Yeah, I did. I scavenged half my my booster fuel, because all that fuel is for is takeoff and landing. Right, I can afford to skip those tanks if I have to. Because again, I only need 10-15 liters a tank. Wow, minus 36 Fahrenheit. Sorry, just looking at Bain, Chicago. Minus 40 is one of those numbers that scares me because it's the same number as on Celsius as it is on Fahrenheit. 10 more degrees underneath that, and the carbon dioxide starts falling out of the air. Minus 52 Celsius. Where the hell are you, Falzon? I can think of a half dozen places that answer that, but no, not well. I was just gonna say, you know, there are some days on Mars that are warmer than that. So okay, Northern Alberta. I was just gonna say you're either Winter Pig or Northern Alberta, or you're somewhere in northwestern Europe. Yeah. You're about 5 hours north of it. Okay, yeah. Up around Fort Mac, or... Okay, all right. A friend of mine was worked for 3 years for a telecom operator up in Yellowknife, basically programming phone switches for them. And when she got back, she said it was the first time she'd found northern Nova Scotia warm. I thought, oh, ooh. You know, up around Sydney, they do they get pretty serious about winter some days. I thought, wow. So as a design, it seems to mostly work. I probably am going to want to... I like the idea of using... I have to check the fuel economy. Essentially the thrust to fuel ratio on the boosters, but I kind of like the idea of just using the XS engines as for precision maneuvering. I really like that idea. So I can basically math that. That's 600 kilometers. I'm doing 10,002. Oh, let's just call it 10,200, and 60 minutes in an hour, right? So be there in 3 minutes. Time to hit the brakes. What are you making right now, Tricky? All right. Now we're a little bit underneath target. Ah, okay, yep. Yeah, that'll do it. And that's as close to that rock as I want to get until I actually lay eyes onto it. Ah, Lotus Vogger. Yep. That is a cool looking ship. Loaded Industries does such cool designs. In fact, it's probably one of the most challenging things I find about right now. 27 advanced engines. Yeah. I was looking at... Cynic was talking about a build he wanted to see, and I did the math, and it was going to be something like 52 engines. Right? Anyway, but... good numbers, good balance, yeah. It's something that for me is you know, I'm not a Minecraft player at all. My real first go at voxel building, actually, of any kind, really, was No Man's Sky. So, not really good at it, still learning as I go. Spike from PMG, absurd, okay, yep. But as a as a relatively new player to doing stuff like that, I was really, really proud of some of my initial work, and then went to the big ship show there, the fly-in, the Ship Expo. Wow. Yeah, and then I start wondering, is there really a point to me doing this? Like, I'm nowhere in the league as some of the designs I was looking at, just walking around. But there was something I did notice. There weren't a lot of small ships. There were a lot of huge beasts, not a lot of small ships. And the other thing I noted, and I know why, it's because it doesn't matter, but not a lot of them seem to really have any idea about flying with your friends. And I thought that was just really odd. So I think that's going to wind up my niche, is not building, commercially viable designs, sure, but mostly building ships that are designed to be flown with your friends. I think is sort of going to be my niche, if you will. Not building the fastest. Sea-Wing's got that one sewn up. Not building the coolest. Loaded does beautiful stuff. Code Infused, the group that Code Infused is part of, just gobsmackingly beautiful stuff, right? And 22 fuel. Good grief. I have to ask, I really do have, what is this mania people have with building massive hybrids? Like, has no one figured out that the point is you're not supposed to? Like, is it just me who hasn't figured out that the developers don't want you building massive hybrids? Get a space elevator. I mean, seriously, Falzon. Just get a space elevator. Now, I do have a question, and this is a serious question because I do not know the answer, and because I've never tested it. So, with AG, can you get a space core into atmosphere with AG, or is it, or do you still, or is it, or is, are you still using a dynamic core for that? Dynamic core for AG. Okay, that's what I thought the answer was. Okay. Nice. Congrats, Tricky. Okay, so now we all start paying real careful attention. There's a rock here. Yes. Yep, Vamp. That is one. I understand why they are not permitting that. I totally get it. It's a game. It's a game design decision. Totally understand it. Um, yeah, well, and can you imagine the computational sorting that has to happen to move something the size of a factory in formation, right? Because when you're flying, everything has to stay in the box, right? You think there's a lot of moving parts on a ship right now. But yes, a factory ship would be damn cool. You know, I mean, that's just the staple of science fiction, right? But I totally understand why they said no. Yep. Okay. Large hunk of rock ahoy. Is that the one that's there's one that's kind of tall, tall, golden looking, very obviously an Eve Amar design, or is that the big red ruby toned one that's been hanging around 6 lately? I thought it was a building. Yep. Okay. Actually falls in, that's actually something I'm planning on doing. I have identified that there's a lot of money to be made around Thedes right now. The market out there is stupid. And yeah, I'm thinking on building an orbital fuel refinery out towards Thedes. I just basically have to do the math to figure out if it's going to be worth my time. All right, 1,300 kilometers an hour. That seems a little bit fast for a rocket that's only 10 kilometers away. Let's slow down a bit. I said slow down a bit. There we go. Okay. All right, we have a landing profile. Very good. Well, see, Falzon, I was out there. Some of the what was it? X2 was selling for almost 60% higher than it was than I could buy it on Market 6. So literally, you could make money just loading a freighter up with X2 and flying it out and selling it at the gap between what you bought it for and what the local price is. And that's even before we talk about the fact that everything you need to make X5 is literally lying around on Thedes Moon 1 for free. So, yeah, I'm really thinking about setting an X5 factory up. Besides, it's fun to build shit. I get a kick out of going someplace with nothing but a backpack, and a week later having a factory. I don't know why. I just find that amazing. In this case, it'd be a backpack with a space core in it, but that would be it, right? Okay, a little faster, please. All right, that's a slingshot. Alright, let's try not to kill myself. That sounds like a really good plan, actually. The good news is my retros will never run out of fuel. I can't screw that up. There we go. That's a bit better. Let's angle down a bit. Okay, practically no gravity on this rock at all. Okay. So we'll just take our time going in and have a sniff around. What did I do? Why? Okay, C. There we go. Okay. I must have been hitting the wrong key. Oh, I know what's up. Okay, just stop here, disembark. It's the boosters are trying to keep me from banging on the rock. So my verticals are fighting with my boosters. Just, yeah, okay. Alright, now. So where am I? Hey look, a ship. Okay, that probably means I've landed the right way. Okay, which way is north? That way is arbitrary north. Okay. And then I'm gonna hit my magic buzzy box, and let's go for a walk. And this asteroid's been... Oh! Quartz and hematite. Okay. You might think that those are not worth mining. But... Alright. So I'm gonna be telling everybody else in the audience something they already know, but this is for Petra and a couple of other people who've asked how I do things. So, real fast, if you look, this is essentially a 2D representation of the 3D undermap of the asteroid. Okay, Tricky, thanks very much. Appreciate having you hanging out, and thanks for chatting. And I appreciate the subscription, very kind. So yeah, so just real fast. So this is a 2D representation of the 3D rock you're walking on. Okay. So what you're trying to do is build a search pattern. If the line is going down, like you see here, the quartz has started going down, it means you're getting closer to it. If the line is going up, you're getting further away. It's hot and cold. So what I do is I pick a direction. I usually start walking north, and every time I walk a certain distance, you'll get a pulse. Now you'll see that the hematite has been steadily going up. Now, the quartz has just started heading up, so I know I'm heading the wrong way. I'm going to turn around all the way around to 180 degrees, which is the opposite to the way I got here, and scoot back. I want the hematite. The quartz is nice, but I'm more interested in the hematite. So what I'm going to do is walk along the surface, and just there you'll see that the hematite just went flat. Control and click the mouse every... Okay, that's cool. Thanks. I actually didn't know that, Vamp. So what this does, however, is that line tells me that I'm now moving parallel to the ore. So what I'm going to do is I was walking 180, and I always work by turning to the right. So if I was heading 180, 90-degree right turn, I'm going to walk 270. Whoops, there's a ship there. I'll sidestep a little bit and walk this way. And we'll just wait for the next pulse to go off, and you'll see the hematite line is going down again. Right? Yep. Still going down. Now, okay. So probably what it means is that it's somewhere down under my feet, because as I've walked along, you'll see the kind's been wobbling along. So I'm just going to drill a hole straight down. 270, and straight down. Now, you can use your mouse wheel to make the drawing circle bigger. The right skills you have will allow you to increase the size of this and how fast it works. So Control-click, crank it as big as you can. It just makes everything easier. Punch a hole down a little bit, and there we go, and fall down the hole. Whee! Okay, now you'll see both the quartz and the hematite have gone down. The arrows have gone down. I'm heading the right direction. Not surprising. I knew it wasn't going to be on the surface, right? Punch the hole down a little bit further. And go down a little bit deeper. Okay, we're still heading in the right direction. Okay, so I'm getting closer to the quartz, not quite as close as fast to the hematite. So I'm probably right about the same level as the hematite is, right? So again, you're trying to think, what does the 2D picture tell me about the 3D world? So now I'm going to do another right turn. Pick the nose up. I use I've got my headset on, so I can, on the left-hand side here, I can see how up-down I'm facing and then how left-right I'm facing. So I want this level, 0. So I'm going flat. And then I want to be going north. So 0, as close to 0, 0 as I can get both numbers, right? And I'm just going to punch a hole straight north. And go for a walk. Okay. So you'll see that the quartz line is dipping down. I'm walking straight towards the quartz at this point. The hematite is not really changing left-right. Well, that means I'm still walking parallel to the hematite. So it's either to the left, to the right of me, or it's to the left of me. I'm going to say it's to the right. We'll find out. So I'm facing north. I'm going to face east, which is 90 degrees. Again, I want to be just about dead level. And we'll punch a hole out this direction. And let's go for a walk. One of two things is going to happen. Okay. So, now, I can change my range. So I'm going to change this to short range so it's easy to see. Hematite is still going down, but quartz suddenly veered up. What that means is the quartz is behind me. I'm walking away from it. Hematite is still going down, so it's ahead of me, but it's kind of at a shallow angle. It's probably still below me. That's how you can... So this is how... And you have to get used to thinking in this term of, okay, if I'm facing this way, why would hematite not be changing quickly? It's still ahead of me because it's, because it's still going... I'm still getting closer to it, but not very quickly. Not as quickly, for example, as the quartz is getting away behind me. So this is... So then it's basically this game of hot and cold. So we're going to go look for the quartz because it's going to be easy to demo. So I literally just turn around and head the other way. Some pending operations here. So now, And yeah, you see that big jump, the quartz has gotten real close. Less than 30 meters away at this point. The hematite incident, interestingly enough, hasn't really changed distance much. So we're still walking parallel to it. That probably means it's actually below us slightly. But we'll go get the quartz just to show you how to zero in real fast at the end of it. Now you'll see that the slope on the quartz is lessening. And, okay, we've walked past it. We're going to back up again. Okay. So it's either left or right here. We're going to turn right again. Yeah, server's struggling. I shouldn't be getting pendings on digging this far away from everybody. Okay, and you'll see the line is flat. We're standing on it. So at this point, I'm going to use a different tool, and that's my directional sensor. Now this one, I'm actually going to turn the game volume up a bit so you can hear it better. You're going to hear a pinging. Do you hear that? That's the direction of the orb. Pretty much standing right on it. Yes, I've noticed that, ma'am. Thank you for pointing that out. Still below me. I think I'm coming down right on top of it. Ah, no, I've gone past it. There it is. And that's how it's done. And then you just switch to your regular mining tool. Now, what's interesting about this tool, and some people don't realize this, is that, so you charge up the dig by holding your mouse button down, right? And then you can actually position the circumference of the dig so it gets the area you want. So once you release it, it actually does the dig, right? So on particularly large or weirdly shaped deposits, like here, if I just want to cut that corner out, I can charge it facing anywhere and then adjust how it's sitting to scoop as much of that out as I can. Right? So you see the big radius circle, then I can wiggle it around to get the area I want. And it grabs the area that it's centered on, no matter where I charge it. By the way, when it's free, even quartz is worth something, because you can drop this into a honeycomb maker and sell it. So yeah, I don't consider this a waste of my time. It's still basically free money. Just gonna drop that in my link container and switch to my link container, so I'm just filling that. Now you can auto. What it does is it just auto charges. It won't execute until you tap. So yeah, auto mode's triggered with your middle mouse button. I don't find it saves nearly as much time as auto mode when surface mining, but some people like it. Go. Now, it is very likely that behind a corner here or around something, you've missed some. Easy way to find that out? Turn your audio scanner back on and turn it around. If you pick up a signal, you've missed some ore in the deposit here. Nah, looks like I got it all. Aha. Nope, there's some over here. Alright, well. Let's go see what it is. What did I miss? Or did I miss anything? It could be that I'm close enough to another deposit that it's registering. I've had that happen before. Two nodes basically side by side. Yep, that's exactly what it is. It's the second node. Now this tool here basically chunks out dirt faster, I find at least. So for just large-scale excavation, I tend to use this one. There we go. And that's hematite. That worked out well. I find it actually more irritating than it's worth. It has a bad habit of digging holes where I don't want them. Now, last time I checked, hematite was selling for 9.5. So, yeah. Actually. What's Aegis? It's selling for 9. Yep, okay. So buy order at Aegis for 9. Selling for, wow. Someone had it priced at 31 on a 30-day order. And someone very recently has got a chunk of it put up on a 27-day order at 12. Someone's got some faith in the prices. So yeah, so even at Aegis, I could literally just walk out the door, fly over to Aegis, and by the time I'm done, make a couple of $100 on this, like trivially. That may not sound like a lot, but if you're a relatively new player, it's pretty easy. It's a pretty easy way to make money. If you're running an industry, well, the tax I'm going to pay on this tile, well, it's not a tile. So, yeah, about that. Essentially, if I make a $500,000 here, it's a $500,000 I can use for anything, right? And so it doesn't matter what the fact that I don't have a tile. I've got a $500,000. That is, in fact, the single biggest disadvantage to, or the single biggest argument for not bothering with tiles, is the procedural bind-up. You know, so officially that's done. Now I'm going to turn my sound detector on again. And again, I'm going to find level. Because, you know... Nope. Looks like I got it all. Alright. So... next thing I'm going to do, change my view to my constructs. And where's my ship? Set as destination. So my ship... oh, okay, it's right above me. That's cool. You're out, Kira. Okay, thanks very much. Appreciate you hanging out. Thank you very much for the subscription. That was awesome of you. I do appreciate it. And I hope we'll see you out again soon. Cheers. Bye-bye. So now what I'm going to do is turn north, back to my other scanner, go back to long range, find north again, find level again, punch a hole. I have no idea what's this way. I'm about to find out. Walk down the tunnel. Get a pulse. There we go. I've got it, and I've already locked onto some new quartz and hematite. And now I just start the process over again. I'm more interested in the hematite, so I'm going to focus on that line. Okay, so I'm walking straight at both the quartz and the hematite. So they're ahead of me somewhere. Okay. Now they're both inside 100 meters, so I should be able to change to short range. No, okay. Short range is sub 50. Okay, got it. But it looks like they've both leveled. So I'm going to do a right turn. And again, that means it's either directly ahead of me or directly behind me. Just see which way the graph goes. Okay. Both lines are going down. They're ahead of me. Still both ahead of me. Okay, so the hematite is around me, it's either to the left or the right. That's unlikely, right? We just tested that the other way. Probably means it's below me. The quartz is still ahead of me. So now I'm going to turn... So now what I'm going to do is dig down. I want the hematite. So if I head down one notch... So I'm going to dig down at a bit of a slope, right? That would be just about straight down. I'm going to actually dig at a shallower slope, about a 45-yard. It's a bit easier to control your descent and get back up and get it the wrong way. And down the hole. Here we go. We're heading towards the hematite again. And we're almost on top of the quartz. Yeah, I'm basically standing beside the quartz at this point. So we're going to turn our acoustic seeker back on, our directional scanner, and start looking around. Now, obviously, the most likely answer is it's still ahead of us. It's back this way. It. Yep, signal's definitely strongest that way. There it is, just like that. And yeah, I'll take the time to scoop out some quartz. I'll scoop out the quartz, if only because it makes finding the hematite easier. Only one signal by the time I'm done scooping this out. And again, 100% profit on this, right? And you can see how I'm positioning the circle to get as much material in from corners and stuff in one go as I can, right? And yeah, you have to walk around, look around the whole cavern, because as you're excavating a three-dimensional space, right? And so you're going to wind up standing with stuff behind you or under you that you can't see. One of the biggest mistakes I've found with people doing asteroid mining is they seem to get it in their head that basic rocks are not worth their time. I'd rather be mining an uncommon, not because it's worth more money, but because tier 2 is actually just harder to get a hold of. So in terms of running a factory, you know, tier 2 is just in the short term more beneficial. But the exchange rate's about 10 to 1. If this is free, it doesn't matter what the exchange rate is, because it's still, if I divide this by 10, it's still free. So, you know, even if I'm selling the quartz at 5 quanta per liter, well, so far, I've picked up 40,000. That's 400 liters of any tier 2. It's about a 10 to 1 exchange rate, 20 to 1 at worst. So, yeah. So, it doesn't, you know, a lot of people will tell you, oh, there's no point in mining basics. Sure there is. So, even if it's a 20 to 1 exchange rate, you're still getting tier 2 ore for free. Sure you have to go, but sure you have to make a trade in between, but yeah. It, you know, I just don't get the logic, I guess, is the way is the best way of explaining my perspective. I just don't understand the logic. If I get 500 liters for free, how is that less than being worth 500 liters for free? Like, to me, that makes no sense to me. I don't get it. Okay, so now I want to find if I happen to be standing close to that hematite. Because that's a possibility. Yep. That away. Yes, exactly, Falls. But you wouldn't believe how many people I've seen yammering away in general that it was not worth their time to do asteroid mining, unless it was PvP, because it's the only way to make money. What's this going to cost me? Some fuel? Okay. I mean, yeah. Anyway. My metric, the more important metric that I will constantly come back to if you hang out on my stream, I find this fun. It's a cute, yes, exactly. And that's actually even more important now, is that a couple of tier 1 asteroids where you pick up, you know, a good mixture will let you make a tanker worth of fuel for free, right? Yeah, I just don't understand it. So anyway, but again, like I say, one more, and the thing is, I find the mini game for this really fun. It's a really interesting 3-dimensional, 2-dimensional conversion puzzle game. I get a kick out of it. It's fun to me. I don't care what I find at the other end. I found something. Right? Yeah. So to me, like, in point of fact, now that I've figured out how the minigame works, I have commented before on this live stream, I have been fairly close some days to selling all my mining rigs and moving back to Haven. Why? Because this is more fun than calibrating. All I need is a square kilometer to run a factory. I don't need, you know. there we go. So yeah, what's that? That's 120,000. Okay, sure. I mean, there's going to be some people who go, yeah, who cares? So that's that's an engine. Yeah. I made as much money as you make selling an engine. Okay. Like, you had to build an engine. I had fun. I had fun waving a magical stick around. But particularly for newer players, I think asteroid mining is one of those things that older players, folks who've been in the game for a while, should really be telling newer players about, and not getting into this mental thing about that. That the game is by running mining units. I think mining units are a terrible way to introduce players to this game. I think this is a far more engaging set of content. Yeah, 20 minutes. Get players out in space, cruising around, building ships, digging through the solar system, literally and physically. And I think this is a far more engaging. And then when they decide, okay, maybe that's not my thing, then tell them, well, maybe you want to look at something that's a little more passive income. Set up, but I don't even want to talk about how much money I've spent building the factory that I'm using to build the factory that I'm using to build the starships. Like, seriously. Wow, it's a hole. Oh, yeah, okay, I see what's going on. Change my angle a little. Yeah, depending on the engine. If you're building larges, 13 hours is nothing. A large wing is 13 hours. Right? And yeah, I think that asteroid mining teaches players more about the game faster than setting up mining units does. I really do. Because the problem is that there's really only... It's a trap. I think, slash Akbar, I think it's a trap. Because what happens is, if you're going to set up mining units, you have to be around to calibrate. So what happens? You catch a shuttle off of Haven. You land on Alioth. You set up a mining unit, and now you're stuck on Alioth because you've got to be around every 2 days. Your mining units break. Like, no, don't do that. Teach players. I think players like me and other players, need to be teaching newer players that the secret to happiness in this game. Yeah. That the secret to happiness in this game is far easier found. Take a look at that. That is beautiful. Why would you discourage new players from doing this? Right? Teach them to, you build your first ship, and you fly to Haven, you never leave again. So you fly from Haven to Alioth, and you never leave again. And then people say there's nothing to do in this game. Really? Like, really? There's all that to do. But yeah, we've I apologize for what's about to happen. Yet again, the beta players, and I'm going to say this, and I apologize to beta players who are all going to say not me, but to the beta players this applies to, they all walked in here with an pre-existing notion of how gameplay was supposed to look, and they've preached it from day one, and now every new player that comes in gets stuck in the same goddamn trap. I'll show you what shocking looks like to me. Space Wanderer. Fly 500,000 kilometers in space. 1.7% of players have this achievement. Hang on a second here. That's horrifying to me. 1.7%. Rough calculations, by the way, there's 3,000 active players, okay, with the game. And this is based going on my own personal experience and MMOs and things I've seen over years. So there's about 3,000 active players right now, okay? 1.7%. That's 6 people. I'm one of them. There's 5 other people who have this achievement on Steam. What the hell? It's a game about space travel. So yeah. I wish that players who know better would stop telling new players that the first thing they need to do is go get a mining unit. Alright, now, I have a problem. That's getting out of here. So I'm going to do something, because I can't make fuel where I'm at. Oops, stop. Asteroid, 0.1 G, Michelle. Okay, there we go. Cool. Let's drain these 2 tanks. Okay, what if I... Stop it. Okay, that's X2. What have I got? It's X4. That's X4. That's X2. Alright, what have I got? I've got what's that, 100 liters of... Okay. Okay, I've got a lot of fuel then. Okay, yeah, 50, okay, sorry, 50 liters per tank of X4. Okay, yeah, I'm fine. Oops. That's close. And then here, I would normally, by the way, keep doing this for another half an hour at least, but I have an appointment actually in a few minutes, so I'm just going to refuel, get myself going, and get out of here. So I need, what, I had 60, so 20-ish per tank. Yeah, 25, yeah, that'll do. There, that'll get me out of here. Cool. All right, next destination. I have never been to Aegis. So I'm setting that as my destination, and that's what I'm going to go look at for my next live stream. And here we go. So I'll get there in an hour. I don't care. I mean, yeah, I'm not that worried about it because, yeah, stopping is free, right? But I do want to make sure I have enough boost fuel that when I get a little bit closer, that I'm going to be able to make some terminal adjustments. So I'll do the math on the arrival time, but I think it works out to be something like an hour and a quarter. No, it wouldn't be that long, because 40 SU is 8,000. No, it's 2 hours. Well, I mean, yeah, usually, honestly, Vamp Skull, usually that's me. That's what's embarrassing about this. I was so caught up in the Christmas present and everything else, I totally skipped the first thing you do when you land is refuel your ship. Right? I mean, that's literally the first thing I do every time I land. But I was just so caught up in the stupid picture, Christmas present and everything else. I just, yeah. And that's why I find it funny, right? Is because usually I'm the one, hang on, I'll be there in a half an hour, pack 1,000 liters on board, and off I go. I get a kick out of doing that for other players. I've met a lot of the people I have on my friends list and chat with regularly in game are people I've rescued. I think it's great. So I'll be there in 2 hours. You know, whatever. I mean, please understand, I've, as someone who does flight simming, if you're going to do the across the pond flight, for example, they do that once every 4 months. Once a season they do across the pond, flying across the Atlantic with the VATSIM network. You're committing to 8 hours, 8 to 14 hours, some of those flight routes. So, yeah, so for me, yeah, okay, 2 hours, yeah. Just set a timer, come back in 2 hours. Manage the landing. I mean, that's, yeah. How else would you do long distance flight? So, yeah, it doesn't bother me at all. But, like I say, I just think it's really friggin' funny that I'm the dummy who screwed this one up, so, yeah. Anyway, folks, that's it for me for tonight. As I say, I'm an author, and I'm working on a new novel right now, and I'm going to be doing a test reading for a couple of friends. Get them to give me some feedback. So I got to bail. I will probably be back on tomorrow. My 2 time slots, for lack of a better way of putting it, are 9 to 12 Eastern time, generally speaking. Sorry, not Atlantic time, which is 8 to 11 Eastern. And that's either AM or PM. So if I stream in the morning, I'm probably not streaming in the night. If I don't stream in the morning, I'm very good odds I'm streaming in the evening. I try and stream at least every second day, health issues permitting. But yeah, so thanks very much, Vamp Skull. Appreciate you hanging out, as well as everybody else. If you're catching this later on in the VOD, thank you as well. Shout-outs again to all the new follows and the subscriptions. It is much appreciated. As I say, I've probably got about $500 worth of gear that I need to pick up for the stream. It's okay for me to be doing things the way, but I know my frame rate is getting kicked a little bit because I'm streaming and playing DU off the same machine. So there'll be a couple things, just quality of life improvements, if I can get a second machine. It doesn't have to be big. It's just a second-hand i5 and get it done. So yeah, so take care of yourselves. Thanks again to everybody. As always, be safe, be careful. Reach out to the other folks you know in your gaming communities. Let them know you're enjoying gaming with them. If you haven't seen them in a while, reach out to them. Discord, whatever message, if you know them well enough, selfie, whatever. And just let them know, hey, miss you. It'd be great to game with you again. We live in tough times. It's kind of a scary world. It's amazing how much a good word goes over in this day and age. Take care of yourselves. We'll see you all again soon. Bye-bye.